Hukum Universitas Gadjah Mada. Dan pada kesempatan pagi hari ini kami silahkan Bapak Ibu untuk dapat menempati kursi-kursi yang tersedia. Dan kami mengingatkan untuk Bapak Ibu semua untuk dapat melakukan registrasi terlebih dahulu sebelum memasuki ruang auditorium. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say good morning to all of you and welcome to Faculty of Law of Universitas Gadjah Mada. And we can invite participants to please be seated and make yourself comfortable. You may find our resources to get you to your seats. And please make sure that all of you have been registered in the registration desk on the front before you're going to your seats. Thank you very much for your attention. Dan sebelum kita memulai rangkaian acara pada pagi hari ini, tentunya kita akan menyaksikan bersama beberapa tayangan video mengenai Fakultas Hukum Universitas Gadjah Mada. And before we are going to start the event of the ceremony, opening ceremony of this event, we would like to start to playing the video about the Faculty of Law of Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Yogyakarta, a well-known city of education in Indonesia, a comfortable place to study with good hospitality in every corner. Cultural arts and local wisdom are everlasting here. The special region of Yogyakarta is home to one of the pioneer and best law faculties in Indonesia, the Faculty of Law of Universitas Gadjah Mada. We are within the top law faculty in Southeast Asia. Universitas Gadjah Mada ranked the top university in Indonesia and 254th globally. Established in 1946, the Faculty of Law of Universitas Gadjah Mada plays an important role in the scientific development in Indonesia.
Welcome to the Faculty of Law Universitas Gadjah Mada. Being the oldest law faculty in Indonesia has gifted us the strength of experience and the resilience in adapting in order to perform continuous improvement for legal education in Indonesia. The infrastructure at our faculty has been so designed as to ensure safe and inclusive studying environment for our students. The Law Learning Center or LLC building has been prepared to support students for moot court practice. Innovative means of information technology is extensively utilized throughout the faculty to further enhance our students' learning experience. Our endeavor to become a great faculty of law finds roots in our commitment to improve our contribution to critical legal thinking and solving increasingly complex legal problems in Indonesia and beyond. In our attempt to do so, we are marking our anniversary this year through a series of web seminars and podcasts on pressing legal themes. Using this virtual means, we hope to reach a broader audience in such a time of great restriction due to the pandemic. Outside the campus area, the city of Yogyakarta has provided a great social landscape for students to develop their life skill. The divergence of each people has made Yogyakarta a real-life laboratory for our students to implement their legal knowledge in a plural society. We look forward to welcoming you to Yogyakarta and to our Faculty of Law.
The faculty offers regular and international undergraduate programs, 6 master's degree program, and 1 doctoral program. It is supported by 11 departments. The faculty has 98 permanent faculty members. 13 of them are currently pursuing their doctoral degrees in national and overseas universities. The learning processes at the faculty are conducted in comforting classroom environments with modern facilities. During the pandemic, we have adapted learning processes by utilizing information technology for online classes, training, and seminars. The Faculty of Law manages several research centers which focus on legal studies, interdisciplinary, and multidisciplinary research. The Research Center is responsible to provide a critical and objective assessment on various prominent legal issues in Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and international level. Whilst at the university level, faculty members are actively involved in numerous study centers. We are also supported by several units.
Bapak Ibu para peserta sekalian di Fakultas Hukum Universitas Gadjah Mada. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say good morning and welcome to all of you, all participants to Faculty of Law of Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kami silakan kepada Anda sekalian untuk dapat menempati kursi-kursi yang tersedia di dalam ruang auditorium ini. Dan sebelumnya kami silakan kepada Bapak Ibu untuk melakukan registrasi terlebih dahulu di meja registrasi yang ada di depan. We kindly invite all participants to please be seated and make yourself comfortable. You might find our research to get you to your seats. And please make sure that all of you have been registered in the registration desk on the front. And after that, you will get an ID card. And please make sure to all of you to please be seated in the designated place in this auditorium. Thank you so much for your attention. Also, welcome to Vice Rector for Research, Business Development, and Cooperation of Universitas Gadjah Mada, and all of the invited guests that joining us here. Thank you very much for your attention and your participation. And once again, we'd like to invite all participants to please be seated and make yourself comfortable. You might find our research to get you to your seats. And please make sure that all of you have been registered in the registration area on the front. Thank you. Untuk itu kami silakan kepada Bapak Ibu untuk dapat menempati kursi-kursi yang tersedia dan pastikan Bapak Ibu sekalian sudah mengisi daftar hadir di meja registrasi yang ada di depan. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening program of the International Conference will commence shortly. So to all of you, we like to invite all participants to please be seated and make yourself comfortable. You might find our research to get you to your seats. And please make sure that all of you have been registered in the registration area on the front of this auditorium. Thank you very much for your attention. Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, mohon perhatian. Acara pembukaan International Conference akan segera kita langsungkan. Untuk itu kepada Bapak Ibu kami silahkan untuk dapat menempati kursi-kursi dan dapat mengikuti rangkaian acara pembukaan pada kesempatan pagi hari ini. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please take your seats. Our event will begin shortly with a special welcoming performance with Tari Golek Ayun Ayun Juga.
Tari Golek is a traditional dance that portrays a young woman entering adulthood and expressing her desire to beautify herself while experiencing the feelings of love and affections. Through their full and elegant movements, the dance tells a story of self-discovery, emotion, and the journey of growing up.
So ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy this beautiful performance of Tari Golek Ayun Ayun Juga. the performance from Tari Golek Ayun Ayun juga. What a wonderful performance to welcome you all participants in this auditorium from Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada. And next we have now from Paduan Suara Mahasiswa Universitas Gadjah Mada, or PSM UGM or UGM Choir. It's a place for UGM students to channel their interests and talents in music, particularly in vocal performance.
Since 1971, PSM UGM has long been a vibrant home for choral excellence, actively earning prestigious honors on both national and international stages.
With their cherished traditions, as long as I have music, arranged by Don Basic, it is more than just a song. This piece is the heart and anthem of PSM Universitas Gadjah Mada, a timeless expression of harmony, passion, and unity through life's ups and downs. It reminds us that as long as we have music, we will never walk alone, and there will always be hope, strength, and joy to share. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the next performance from Paduan Suara Mahasiswa Universitas Gadjah Mada. For PSM Universitas Gadjah Mada. What a wonderful performance. Thank you very much to all of you guys from PSM Universitas Gadjah Mada. And now we're going to start the opening ceremony of the International Conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of us.
Peace be upon you. Sugeng rawuh wonten ing Yogyakarta. A Japanese greeting means welcome everyone to the Yogyakarta Special Region.
Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and all participants. It is our great honor to welcome you all of the people and participants to the International Conference on Intellectual Property in Cross-Industry under the theme Connect, Innovate, and Grow, held here at the Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada.
Before we start, allow me to welcome our invited guests, Your Excellencies, Deputy Minister of Law and Human Rights, Republic of Indonesia.
And also Your Excellencies, the Directorate General of Intellectual Property, Ministry of Law, Republic of Indonesia.
Director of Science and Technology, Dissemination and Utilization, Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Republic of Indonesia.
Chairman of Association of Intellectual Property Law Lecturers, or APHKI Indonesia.
Vice Director for Research, Business Development and Cooperation of UGM.
Dean Faculty of Law and all of the Vice Deans, thank you very much for welcome.
Distinguished speakers, professors, lecturers, students, ladies and gentlemen, and all participants. This conference brings together distinguished speakers, scholars, government officials, and practitioners from Indonesia and abroad to discuss the evolving challenges of intellectual property governance across sectors.
This international conference is a collaborative initiative organized by the Association of Intellectual Property Law Lecturers, or APHKI Indonesia, together with Master of Business and Constitutional Law, Master of Laws, Jakarta Campus, Business Law Department, and the Center for Intellectual Property, Competition, and Dispute Settlement Mechanism Studies, or CICODS, Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, allow me to invite to all participants to stand up for a moment to singing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by hymn of APHKI. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise.
Indonesia
Himne APHKI.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We now proceed to our first agenda, opening remarks. It is my pleasure to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
We'd like to invite Ibu Dahliana Hasan, PSD. The time is yours.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning to you all. I have a long list to be addressed to the guests in here, but not everyone. Just a long list. And I will start with Distinguished Vice Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Danang Sri Hatmoko, who will deliver the remarks on the behalf of the Rector today. Our honored keynote speaker, the Vice Minister of Law of Republic of Indonesia, Professor Edward Omar Sharif Hiarij, the Chairman of APHKI Indonesia, Professor Adi Sulistiono, the Director General of DJKI, Dr. Hirmansyah Siregar, the Director of Dissemination and Utilization of Science and Technology at the Ministry of Higher Education, Science and Technology, Professor Yudi Dharma, Director Emerging Technology at Ministry of Creative Economy, Mr. Dandi Yuda Erawan, Dr. Alison Fish from the T.C. Byrne School of Law, the University of Queensland, Chairman of the National Collective Management Organization, Mr. Marcel Siahaan, and I think you already know about this one, but I don't know whether he is here or not. And then the JICA expert for DJKI, Mr. Inu Kasutoshi. Good morning. The head of IPMO UGM, Professor Kompiang Wirawan. Good morning. Professor Thomas Smith, DAAD visiting professor. Good morning, Prof. And our own professor at this faculty, Professor M. Hawing. Distinguished speakers, presenter, colleagues, and participants. Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to welcome you to the Faculty of Law to this conference. And then on behalf of the faculty, I would like to thank APHKI Indonesia, and then Magister of Business and Constitutional Law Program, Master of Laws Jakarta Campus, Business Law Department, and Center for IP Competition and Dispute Settlement Mechanism Studies or CICODS for bringing this collaboration to life. Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, the conference responds to a reality that no single discipline or sector can manage alone. Technology, the creative industries, manufacturing, and digital platforms no longer operate in separate lanes. They meet, they borrow from one another, and then they grow together. IP sits precisely at that meeting point, and the question it raises today are far more complex than they were a decade ago. We see this in everyday life. For example, musicians and writers want to be paid fairly when their work is used. AI, for example, now writes, designs, and invents, and we are still deciding who owns what it produces. Similarly, farmers and local communities want recognition and a fair share when their products and traditional knowledge reach wider markets. And Bapak Ibu, businesses, large and small, need certainty when they sell online. These are not only Indonesian questions. They are asked in many countries today, which is exactly why a forum like this is matters. This is where the university has part to play. We are not merely observers of these developments. We are expected to examine them carefully, to test policy against evidence, and to offer frameworks that are adaptive, inclusive, and workable in practice. Over the next 2 days, Bapak Ibu, I hope we will do exactly that, connect across discipline and jurisdiction, innovate in the way we think about protection and commercialization, and grow ideas that serve creators, communities, and the wider economy. Last but not least, for our guests who are travel from abroad and from across Indonesia, thank you for your time and your commitment. And I hope you will also enjoy Yogyakarta as a vibrant city and cultural, living culture that it is a reminder for ourselves that why intellectual property deserve our care. With that, I'm pleased that you are here and enjoy the conference. And thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the welcoming remarks, Dean Faculty of Law of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Ibu Dahliani Hasan, PhD. Thank you so much.
Next, we invite the Chairman of APHKI, Asosiasi Pengajar Hak Kekayaan Intelektual, to deliver his welcoming remarks. We welcome you to the stage, Profesor Dr. Adi Sulistiono, SH, MH.
Yang saya hormati Bapak Wakil Rektor UGM bidang penelitian, Bapak Dr. Danang Sri Hatmoko, yang saya hormati Ibu Dekan Fakultas Hukum UGM, Ibu Dahlia Hasan, PhD, yang saya hormati Bapak Ketua Pembina APHKI, Prof. Oka, keynote speaker kita yang luar biasa yang menyempatkan waktu untuk bisa mengisi acara ini, Profesor Edward Omar Syarif Hirij. Yang saya hormati para pembicara, Bapak Dirjen DJKI, Bapak Herman Syah Siregar, Direktur Diseminasi Pemanfaatan Saintek Kemendikti Saintek, Profesor Yudi Dharma. Yang saya hormati Direktur Dirtek Digital Baru Kemenkref, Bapak Dandi Yuda Feriawan, Distinguished Associate Professor Alison Fish of the Berlin School of Law, the University of Queensland, Prof. Hawin, senior saya yang saya banggakan, Bapak Marcel Siahaan, Ketua LMKN, yang saya muliakan peserta International Conference Intellectual Property in Cross Industry Connect Innovate Grow, and especially Mr. Inu Kasutoshi of JICA Expert, dan Prof. Yang saya banggakan Prof. Kumpang Wirawan, PhD, Ketua IPM Management Office UGM, serta seluruh panitia dan mitra yang menyelenggarakan telah menghadirkan forum akademik yang sangat strategis ini. Pertama, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, karena atas rahmatnya kita dapat berkumpul dalam forum internasional yang mempertemukan hukum, teknologi, kreativitas, industri, dan kepentingan publik. Atas nama Asosiasi Pengajar Kekayaan Intelektual APHKI, saya menyampaikan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya buat Bu Dekan dan CICODS FH UGM ya, pimpinannya, serta seluruh pihak yang telah membangun kolaborasi tersebut. Jadi APHKI, mungkin Bapak Wakrek belum tahu, kami hanya sekumpulan mata kuliah. Jadi bukan sekumpulan bagian hukum, tapi mata kuliah hukum kekayaan intelektual. Jadi anggotanya sudah hampir 200-an, tapi yang hadir 150-an, yang daftar 500, kita seleksi tinggal 150, saking antusiasnya. Bagi kami konferensi ini bukan sekedar volume untuk membicarakan intellectual property. Lebih dari itu, konferensi ini merupakan ruang untuk mempertanyakan kembali untuk apa hukum kekayaan intelektual dibangun dan kemana arah perkembangannya di tengah perubahan teknologi dan ekonomi global. Bapak, Ibu, dan mahasiswa yang saya banggakan, tema Intellectual Property in Cross Industry, Connect, Innovate, Grow memiliki makna yang sangat fundamental. Tema ini sungguh sangat luar biasa. Kita sedang memasuki suatu era ketika batas antar industri semakin kabur, teknologi digital menghubungkan industri kreatif dengan manufaktur, artificial intelligence mempertemukan teknologi informasi dengan seni, pendidikan, kesehatan, keuangan, media, dan bahkan industri hukum. Bioteknologi mempertemukan pengetahuan, farmasi, pertanian, dan teknologi. Platform digital mempertemukan konsumen, kreator, produsen, data, algoritma, dan modal dalam suatu ekosistem. Dalam ekosistem semacam ini, intellectual property tidak lagi dipahami hanya sebagai kumpulan hak eksklusif atas paten, hak cipta, merek, desain industri, atau rahasia dagang. Intellectual property telah berubah menjadi suatu infrastruktur of innovation. Ia bukan lagi sekedar legal protection after innovation, tetapi harus mampu menjadi legal arsitektur that enables innovation. Di sinilah beberapa tantangan akademik yang kita hadapi sebagai pengajar HKI. Yang pertama, intellectual property harus bergerak dari protection menuju connection. Rezim HKI selama ini banyak dibangun berdasarkan logika eksklusivisme, siapa yang memiliki hak, siapa yang memperoleh perlindungan, berapa lama perlindungan diberikan, dan bagaimana pelanggaran ditindak. Logika itu penting, namun dalam ekonomi yang semakin terintegrasi, pertanyaan kita tidak boleh berhenti pada who owns the intellectual property. Kita juga harus bertanya, how can intellectual property connect knowledge, teknologi, capital, creativity, and society. Dengan demikian, HKI harus diposisikan sebagai connective legal institution. Institusi hukum yang mampu menghubungkan berbagai aktor dan sektor untuk menghasilkan nilai baru. Tantangan kita yang kedua adalah innovation tidak boleh dipisahkan dari human dignity. Kita menghadapi perkembangan artificial intelligence, generative AI, big data, bioteknologi, robotik, dan berbagai teknologi disruptif lainnya. Teknologi tersebut menciptakan peluang yang luar biasa, tetapi pada saat yang sama menimbulkan pertanyaan fundamental. Siapa yang menjadi pencipta, siapa yang memiliki hak, bagaimana menentukan originality, bagaimana melindungi data dan pengetahuan, bagaimana memberikan insentif kepada inventor dan kreator tanpa menghambat inovasi berikutnya. Dan yang paling penting adalah apakah perkembangan intellectual property benar-benar meningkatkan kesejahteraan manusia. Pertanyaan tersebut membawa kita pada kebutuhan untuk mengembangkan human-centered intellectual property governance. Hukum HKI tidak boleh hanya menjadi instrumen akumulasi nilai ekonomi, ia harus mampu menjaga keseimbangan antara innovation, competition, access, fairness, and public welfare. Tantangan kita ketiga, kita membutuhkan paradigma cross industri intellectual property. Pada masa lalu kita cenderung mempelajari HKI secara terkotak-kotak. Hak cipta dipelajari sendiri, hak merek dipelajari sendiri, paten sendiri. Namun realitas industri tidak bekerja dalam kotak-kotak tersebut. Satu produk dapat sekaligus mengandung paten, merek, hak cipta, desain industri, rahasia dagang, software, data, dan bahkan traditional knowledge. Karena itu pendekatan HKI ke depan harus semakin interdisipliner, cross-sektoral, dan ekosistem base. Kita membutuhkan sarjana hukum HKI yang tidak hanya memahami norma, tetapi juga memahami bagaimana teknologi bekerja, bagaimana industri menciptakan nilai, bagaimana platform digital beroperasi, dan bagaimana inovasi bergerak dari laboratorium menuju masyarakat. Bapak Ibu peserta konferensi yang saya hormati, saya percaya bahwa masa depan intellectual property tidak hanya ditentukan oleh bagaimana kita memperkuat exclusive right, tetapi juga oleh kemampuan kita membangun inclusive innovation ecosystem. Inilah yang membuat kata ketiga dalam tema konferensi ini, grow, ini menjadi sangat penting. Pertumbuhan tidak boleh hanya dimaknai sebagai pertumbuhan perusahaan atau nilai ekonomi. Pertumbuhan harus berarti grow of innovation, grow of knowledge, grow of creativity, grow of human capability, and ultimately grow of public welfare. Dalam konteks Indonesia, prinsip tersebut memiliki relevansi yang sangat kuat dengan nilai-nilai Pancasila. Kita perlu membangun sistem kekayaan intelektual yang mampu mempertemukan innovation with justice, property with responsibility, exclusivity with accessibility, dan economic growth with social welfare. Dengan perspektif tersebut, intellectual property tidak berhenti sebagai property regime, tapi berkembang menjadi instrumen of social transformation. Bapak, Ibu, dan peserta seminar yang saya hormati, APHKI memandang bahwa perguruan tinggi memiliki posisi strategis dalam perubahan paradigma tersebut. Kita tidak cukup hanya mahasiswa diajarkan what is the law is. Kita harus mengajarkan mereka untuk memahami when the law exists, whom the law serve, how the law should respond to technology change, and how the law can create a more just innovation ecosystem. Karena itu APHKI berkomitmen untuk terus memperkuat kolaborasi antara universitas, pemerintah, industri, komunitas kreatif, intelektual, international intellectual property community. Kita perlu membangun knowledge network yang memungkinkan penelitian tidak berhenti di jurnal, inovasi tidak berhenti di laboratorium, dan hukum tidak berhenti di ruang pengadilan. Hukum harus hadir sejak proses penciptaan pengetahuan, pengembangan teknologi, komersialisasi inovasi, sampai pada distribusi manfaat pada masyarakat. Semoga konferensi ini menjadi ruang lahirnya gagasan-gagasan intelektual yang transformatif, kolaboratif lintas negara yang produktif, serta paradigma baru hukum kekayaan intelektual yang lebih adaptif, inklusif, berkeadilan, dan berorientasi pada kesejahteraan masyarakat. Bapak, Ibu, dan peserta seminar yang berbahagia, atas nama Asosiasi Pengajar Hak Kekayaan Intelektual, saya sekali lagi mengucapkan apresiasi, terima kasih pada Bapak Wakil Menteri, Bapak Dirjen, Bapak Direktur, Ibu Dekan, pimpinan CICODS, para pembicara, peserta, dan seluruh panitia atas terselenggaranya konferensi internasional ini. Perkenan saya menutup sambutan ini dengan pantun. Dari Yogyakarta menembus cakrawala, menjalin gagasan, membangun harmoni. Connect, innovate, grow menjadi cita bersama. Intellectual property demi kesejahteraan insani. Demikian, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you very much to Professor Adi Sulistiono as the Chairman of APHKI Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Vice Rector for Research, Business Development, and also Cooperation of UGM to deliver the welcoming remarks. Dr. Danang Srihatmoko, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and honored delegate, good morning and very warm welcome to UGM, to Yogyakarta. Please allow me to express my highest respect and gratitude to our distinguished keynote speakers who attend online today. Professor Edward Omar Sharif Yarich, the Vice Minister of Law of Republik Indonesia, and our host and organizing leaders today, Professor Adi Sulistiono from APHKI. Thank you very much for organizing this conference as well as Ibu Dahliana Hasan, PhD, as the Dean of the Faculty of Law Universitas Gadjah Mada, University Secretary, Dr. Andi Sandi Tobisa Satonralibu. Thank you very much, Pak Andi Sandi. And our esteemed speakers today, Bapak Herman Syah Siregar, as a Director General Intellectual Property or DJKI, Professor Yudi Dharma, Director Science and Technology, Dissemination and Utilization, Ministry Higher Education, Science and Technology, Kemendikti-Saintek, Bapak Dandi Yuda Feriawan as the Director New Digital Technology, Ministry of Creative Economy, Dr. Alison Fish, TC Burns School of Law, University of Queensland from Australia, Mr. Marcel Siahaan from Commissioner of National Collective Management Organization, LMKN, Professor Muhammad Hawin, our professor at the Faculty of Law, UGM, our honored guest, Mr. Inu Katsu Toshi from JICA Expert to DJKI. Welcome to Yogyakarta. Prof. Sangkom Yang Wirawan as the Chairman of IP Management Office Universitas Gadjah Mada, Prof. Budi Agus Riswandi as a Chairman of Association of IP Center, Professor Thomas Smith from DAD visiting professor. Excellencies, distinguished guests, respected speakers, colleagues, partners, students, and ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of UGM, it is my great honor to welcome you to Yogyakarta, to Universitas Gadjah Mada. Ladies and gentlemen, an idea may begin with a laboratory, a classroom, a creative studio, workshop, or local community. Yet, without recognition, protection, and a clear pathway to benefit society, even the most promising idea may never reach its full potential. This is where IP become profoundly important. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to APHKI and the Faculty of Law for initiating this timely and highly necessary international conference. Ibu Bapak, ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this conference is very relevant: connect, innovate, and grow. It is particularly relevant for today, where the technology, creative industry, manufacturing, agriculture, and digital platform are becoming increasingly interconnected each other. Its large landscape, intellectual property is no longer merely a legal or administrative matter. It is a very strategic foundation for innovation, fair competition, economic value creation, and sustainable development. IBR transforms knowledge, creativity, and innovation into valuable intangible asset. Although intangible, their impact is very real. They protect the right of inventors and creators, strengthen the confidence of investors and industry partners, preserve local wisdom and cultural expressions, and enable research to become product, services, and solutions that improve the people's life. Universities have a particularly important role in this agenda. We are not only place where knowledge is created, we must also become the strong foundation for IP education, research advocacy, responsible utilization. So the last keyword, responsible utilization, is very important. University must ensure that scientific innovation are developed, well protected, and translated into meaningful benefit to our society. We see at UGM that IP is very important. We place the high importance to this commitment. In 2024, UGM established the Intellectual Property Management Office, IPMO, as a strategic institutional steps to strengthen the protection, management, and commercialization, and also the wider use of intellectual property generated by our academic communities. We see that IPMO as an essential bridge for connecting researchers, students, innovators, industry, government, and the wider society. So we have Professor Kompiang who present in this conference and will deliver more detail about IPMO and what we are doing at UGM. However, the strong institutional alone are not enough. We also need a broad intellectual property literacy, even in university. Every researcher, lecturer, students, entrepreneur, creators, and member of the public should understand that protecting IP is not about limiting access of knowledge. Rather, it is about creating the fair ecosystem where ideas can share responsibly, creators are respected, and community are also protected, as well as the innovation can continue to grow and to flourish. And I hope this conference will fulfill the need of the society and can stimulate the critical dialogue, generate the practical policy insight, and build meaningful collaboration across disciplines. More importantly, I hope it will strengthen IP literacy within academic communities and wider publics. May this forum inspire us to connect more closely, innovate more confidently, and grow more inclusively. Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to declare that International Conference on Intellectual Property in Cross Industry is officially open. I wish you all productive, insightful, and successful conference. And beside that, who those coming from outside of Yogyakarta and outside of Indonesia, please also enjoy, as Ibu Dekan mentioned, our culture, our culinary, and even identify Yogyakarta as laboratory of the IP research and application. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning.
Terima kasih pada Pak Danang, mohon berkenan untuk tetap berada di atas panggung untuk simbolisasi pembukaan dengan pemotongan tumpeng. Dan kami juga mengundang kepada Dekan Fakultas Hukum Universitas Gadjah Mada dan juga Chairman of APHKI Indonesia. We'd like to invite also to please to come forward to the stage, and we will have the slice of the tumpeng, salah satu prosesi klasik Jawa untuk membuka sebuah acara ini, yaitu dengan prosesi pemotongan tumpeng. Pada nantinya tumpeng yang akan dipotong ini akan dipotong oleh Dekan Fakultas Hukum, nantinya akan diserahkan kepada Chairman of APHKI Indonesia dan juga kepada Wakil Rektor Bidang Penelitian, Pengembangan Usaha, dan Kerjasama Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kita saksikan bersama selaku tuan rumah penyelenggara International Conference pada pagi hari ini, Dekan Fakultas Hukum akan melakukan prosesi pemotongan tumpeng. Sebagai simbolisasi bahwasanya International Conference on Intellectual Property in Cross Industries officially open. Jangan lupa lauk-lauknya juga Ibu Dekan. Terima kasih. Dan satu lagi mohon berkenan untuk bisa diserahkan nantinya kepada Wakil Rektor Bidang Penelitian, Pengembangan Usaha, dan Kerjasama Universitas Gadjah Mada.
With the cutting of the tumpeng, the International Conference on Intellectual Property in Cross-Industry, Connect, Innovate, Grow is now officially open.
Thank you so much Ibu Dekan, Bapak Wakil Rektor dan juga Chairman of APHKI Indonesia. Kami silakan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat duduk Anda masing-masing. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and all participants. It is now a great honor to introduce our keynote speaker for today.
He is a respected legal scholar and academic, currently serving as the Deputy Minister of Law and Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia. He holds a doctorate in law and has long been recognized for his expertise in criminal law, as well as his active contribution to legal reform and human rights advocacy in Indonesia.
So we like to connect first to Professor Edward Omar Sharif Hiaritz from the Zoom meeting. Good morning from Yogyakarta. Prof. Eddie Hiaritz, can you hear me?
I'm hear you. Good morning, MC.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Eddie Hiaritz. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, Deputy Minister of Law and Human Rights of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Edward Omar Sharif Hiaritz, SH-MH. The time is yours.
Okay, for the first time, I will correct. I'm not deputy for Minister Law and Human Rights, but Deputy Minister of Law without human rights. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Salam kebajikan. Distinguished representative of the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada and members of the university leadership, Deans of the Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Chairperson of Indonesian Intellectual Property Lecturers Association, esteemed speakers and panelists, distinguished academic practitioners, creative industry actors, and all participants of this international seminar and conference. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to Almighty God for His blessing, which allow us to gather today in good health and spirit at this important academic forum. I would like to convey my highest appreciation to the Faculty of Law Universitas Gadjah Mada, particularly the Center for Intellectual Property, Competition and Dispute Settlement Mechanism Studies, as well as the Indonesia Intellectual Property Lecturers Association, for initiating and organizing this international seminar and conference under the highly relevant theme Intellectual Property in Cross-Industry, Connect, Innovate, Grow. By its very nature, intellectual property is cross-cutting. A copyright-protected digital work may interact with electronic commerce regulation. Biotechnology patent may relate to food and health regulation, and trademark may become a key asset within the tourism and creative economy sector. Over the period of 2015 until 2024, the Directorate General of Intellectual Property record more than 1.7 million IP applications, with over 86% originating from domestic applicants. This indicates a growing awareness of intellectual property among a wide range of stakeholders, from micro, small, and medium enterprise to large corporation. This growth trend is also reflected in a recent achievement, including an increase of billing during the first quarter of the year compared with the same period in the previous year, as well as substantial rise in geographical indication application in 2024. To strengthen the cross-sector connectivity, DGIP continues to promote, first, the enhancement of digital IP registration system to facilitate access for all business actors, for MSMEs to multinational corporations. The second, cross-government collaboration with ministers and agencies, including the Minister of Creative Economy, the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology, and Minister of Trade, to ensure alignment between IP policy and real sector development. And the last, international partnership with WIPO and Intellectual Property Office of partner countries to ensure that Indonesian IP system remain adaptive to global development. Strong intellectual property protection is a prerequisite for sustainable innovation. Without legal certainty over the outcomes of creativity and invention, business and researchers may hesitate to invest in research and development. One policy breakdown currently being strengthened in intellectual property-based financing. The scheme enables commercialized intellectual property assets, such as trademarks, patent, and copyrights, to serve as fiduciary collateral, thereby providing creative economy actors with greater access to financing. This regulatory framework continues to be reinforced through coordination among relevant authorities, with DGIP serving as the legal validator of registered and recorded intellectual property assets intended to collateralization. Recent academic study further confirmed that intellectual property assets, including contractual rights and receivables within the creative economy sector, possess tangible economic value that can be monetized through secure financing mechanism, provided the such assets have been commercially utilized or licensed. Furthermore, DGIP continues to promote, first, the acceleration of substantive patent examination and simplification of trademark and industrial design registration procedure. The second, the development of utility model patent scheme in incentive for young inventors and higher education institutions, including the commercialization of research outputs into economically valuable IP assets. And the last, the strengthening of geographical indication protection as a recognition of Indonesian rich natural and cultural heritage. Ultimately, the objective of all intellectual property policy is to foster inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Geographical indication provide one of the clearest examples. Creative product have demonstrated significant increase in market value. For instance, Bali salt has reportedly experienced a multiply-fold increase in value following GI certification, while Gayo coffee and Kurinci Arabica coffee have successfully entered export markets. Geographical indication also serves as a cornerstone of Indonesian national strategy to promote downstream industrialization of regional flagship products, in line with broader effort to develop an economy based on local, natural, and cultural resources. Leading Indonesian GI products such as Gayo coffee, Toraja coffee, and Muntok white paper have established strong position and substantial economic value in international markets. Accordingly, well-managed intellectual property can become a commercial asset that may be monetized and utilized as collateral for business financing. The second, an instrument of economic diplomacy that strengthens Indonesia bargaining position in international trade negotiation. And the last, a strategic resources that enables creative economic actors and MSME to move up the value chains and participate in global markets. One of the most pressing contemporary challenges is the intersection between intellectual property and artificial intelligence. International forum, including the WIPO conversation on intellectual property and artificial intelligence, have identified several fundamental policy issues, including authorship and ownership of work and invention generated or assisted by AI system, patentability of all related invention, and the protection of training data and trade secrets. Recent development have also highlighted challenges arising from all generate scientific media, including issues relating to authenticity. Deepfakes and unauthorized use of creative word, voices, and personal identity. DGIP closely monitor this development as part of its broader and agenda to modernize Indonesia intellectual property policy, ensuring that the national IP system remains relevant and responsive to rapid technological transformation and advancement in artificial intelligence. We recognize that several challenges remain. These include disparities in intellectual property awareness across industry and region, the need for more effective IP enforcement in digital environment that require a rapid and cross-border cooperation, and the necessity of harmonizing IP regulation with development in the creative economy and digital technology. To address this challenge, DGIP is currently preparing the Indonesian Intellectual Property Development Roadmap, which will serve as the foundation of national IP policy for the coming years in accordance with national development priorities. Academic forums such as this APHKI International Seminar and Conference play a strategic role in bridging government, academic, and industry stakeholders to formulate intellectual property policy recommendations that are more responsive to cross-industry dynamic. In closing, I invite all stakeholders, government institution, academics, practitioners, and industry actors to continue strengthening our collaboration in building an Indonesian intellectual property ecosystem that is truly able to connect, innovate, and grow in sustainable manner. May the seminar and conference generate valuable insight and constructive recommendation for strengthening the intellectual property ecosystem in Indonesia and beyond. Thank you very much for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister of Law of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Edward Omar Sharif Yaris, SHMH, for the keynote session. Thank you very much. Dan mungkin sebelum kita lanjut ke sesi diskusi panel, Mbak Tias, ya mungkin kita akan berfoto bersama terlebih dahulu. Prof. Edi, mohon berkenan untuk tetap menyalakan kameranya dan kita akan berfoto bersama dengan semua peserta yang ada di sini. Untuk itu para peserta silahkan dapat berdiri dari kursi Anda masing-masing dan tim fotografer, our photographer will take a picture from the stage. Yeah, and the operator will capture you. Okay, so we'll count down in 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, once again, I think in 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated once again.
Distinguished guests, we now begin plenary session 1. To guide us through this session, allow me to invite our moderator to the stage, Dr. Laurencia Andrini, SH LLM PhD, lecturer at the Business Law Department, Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and researcher at the Center of Intellectual Property, Competition and Dispute Settlement Mechanisms Studies, or CICODS.
Untuk itu waktu kami serahkan sepenuhnya kepada moderator Dr. Laurencia Andrini, SH LLM PhD, untuk memandu jalannya diskusi pleno pada kesempatan pagi hari ini. Another time is yours to our moderator Dr. Laurencia Andrini.
Thank you so much, Matthias, for the time, and I would like to greet you all. Good morning, distinguished participants, presenters, and also speakers. As mentioned previously by the Master of Ceremony, my name is Laurencia Andrini. I am the member of the Business Law Department in the Faculty of Law, and I'm here to guide the discussion for the 2 sessions here. So the first sessions will be, we will be with Professor Yudi Dharma and also Professor Hawin. And then for the second session, we will have Bapak Hermansyah Siregar, Dr. Alison Fish, Bapak Dandi Yuda, and also Pak Marcel Siahaan. So without further ado, I'd like to call the distinguished speakers, Professor Yudi Dharma and also Professor Hawin from the Faculty of Law. Prof. Hawin. We will be waiting for a short moment for Professor Hawin. So I would like to read Prof. Yudi Dharma's CV. Professor Yudi Dharma is a full professor in the physics department at the Institut Teknologi Bandung. He also serves as the Director of Science and Technology Dissemination and Utilization at the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. He completed his doctoral studies at Hiroshima University, Japan, in the field of quantum matter and integrated devices in 2004. So, Prof. Yudi, the time is yours to present for approximately 20 minutes. 20 minutes. All right.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can we go to your slide? Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan rahayu. Jadi salam pembuka saya tertumpang kepada Bu Dekan dan Pak Rektor tadi, Pak Warek ya. So, distinguished guests, esteemed member of APHKI and fellow intellectual property expert, a very good morning to you all. Today, I would like to give some highlight related to that what we are doing now in Directorate Dissemination and Utilization of Science and Technology. And we will try to make a connection with our theme today is related to the IP ecosystem. So before we dive into the technically of IP center and IP ecosystem, I would like to take a step back to look at the three of problem as displayed here. So it illustrated a reality we must confront. There is a profound disconnect between our research ecosystem, the actual need of our society, and our public policy making processes. So let's examine the root causes of this issue. Currently, our research governance remain overwhelmingly publication-oriented rather than utilization-oriented. So methodologically, we still see community being treated merely as a research object rather than an active co-creator of knowledge. We need to realize that when our universities step in to consult and intervene in communities, the focus must elevate beyond strictly providing production equipment or tool. Our innovation must address a holistic, general quality of life improvement. This is the most important thing, I think. So, because of this fragmented root, as you see in the slide, look at the effect on the branch on the top side. The solution developed in our university laboratory often fail to fulfill, to fully reflect a local reality and community need. So as a result, so when we talk about the impact, the social, economy, and environmental impact of our research remain uneven and suboptimal. So, the overreaching problem is clear. The science utilization ecosystem remain fragmented. And this is exactly where our intellectual property ecosystem must step in, not as the administrative barrier, but as the connectors, as the bridge. So, next slide, please. So, to understand the depth of the fragmentations, let's look at the data. So, we have the survey in 2023 related to the more than 700 unique industry. Also, we call it as DUDI, Dunia Usaha Dunia Industri in Indonesia. We map out the stance on research and innovation partnership. So the results are quite revelations. If you look at the power interest map, so what I call the power here is the implementation capacity. So the industry actually show a very high interest in collaboration with our university, with our educational institutions. So specifically, the interest peak when it comes to joint research and also commercialization of research. So in short, they want our innovations. So this also happened in several countries in the whole world. However, the red flag lies in the power of implementation capacity, which only, let's say, under 3 out of 4, 2.7, I think. So there is a noticeable gap across all indicators. So what does this data tell us? So the main challenge we face today is no longer about generating interest or begging the industry to look at our pattern, to look at our IPR. So the real bottleneck is the absence of the integrated and sustainable research and innovation ecosystem capable of sustaining that interest. It is our job to build that bridge. So I think this today conference is much more relevant to this issue. So next slide, please. If we look at the reality on the ground, this picture is quite telling us. Also, the data we taken in 2023 from MITRECA program. Just look at the massive green bar on the top. So reaching almost, I think, more than 1,900 activity, while collaborative research, innovations, activity, and ecosystem-oriented engagement remain relatively limited. So don't get me wrong. So when you talk carefully, sit carefully in the top of this activity is the student internship. So this is more profound compared to another activity. So don't get me wrong, student internship also important, but we face a significant issue, an excessive dependence on this internship as our primary form of collaborations. And this is, I think, is very conventional model. So where do high value intellectual property come from actually? So I believe that all of you already know and deeply understand about it. They are born from a deep strategic collaborations. They emerge when we strengthen engagement through activity like teaching factory, for example, industry training, and collaborative research. Yet, activities such as production process, entrepreneurship mentoring, and project-based learning are still at the bottom of the chart. So if we check individual activity, So every single important activity that related to enhance the come up of the IPR is very limited number in activity. So to create broader, more impactful and sustainable partnership, we need a transformation toward more strategic, innovative, and relevant collaboration approach. We must move beyond conventional approaches by developing programs that engage industry more deeply. And crucially, industry actors must start viewing this partnership as long-term strategic investment, not just a source for short-term interest. So this is what we have today. And next slide, please. Let us try to zoom out and look at our global standing. Allow me to take what we have in Global Innovation Index in 2025. So on the positive note, Indonesia currently ranked 55th out of 139 economic in the GII 2025. We have seen an upward trend over the last 5 years, accompanied by improvement in our innovation output indicators. We should acknowledge this progress. So compared to the 2024, of course, we getting down one rank, and before we are in the rank of 54, and to 2025 we are in the 55th rank. So when we zoom out about the IP and the most critical issue, please take a look the red box in the bottom side. This is one of the more critical issue, I think. Out of 5 sub-indicators, 4 show relatively low achievement. So most notably, our intellectual property receipt in the rank of 75th. We also lack in production and export complexity, high-tech export, and ICT service export. So what does this data scream at us? So it illustrates that the result of research and innovation in Indonesia have not been fully disseminated and utilized widely through various knowledge diffusion channels. We may be produce IP, but we are not generating sufficient economic receipt from it. The main future challenge is to expand the utilization of research and technological results and to truly strengthen knowledge transfer from campus to industry and society. This is precisely what our directorate in Ministry of Higher Education and Science and Technology and our role as liaisons between knowledge and the end users. So the next slide, please. So it is universally accepted truth that research and development is the key driver of global economic growth. We know that investment in research and development and high technology export from the very foundation for innovation, productivity, and national competitiveness. However, there is a fascinating yet sobering caveat to this role. Look at the trajectory on this slide. The economic impact of research and development is heavily skewed. Studies show that the positive effect of research and development are far more significant in high income and upper middle income country. So conversely, the contribution of research and development to economic growth remaining starkly limited lower income and developing economy. Why does this happen? The answer lies in the implication text on the right, I also read on the right, absorptive capacity and the innovation ecosystem. So you can have, for example, Gadjah Mada University, ITS, UGM, and so on. You can have the most brilliant inventor in your university, holding probably 100 or more IPR, let's say patents. But if our local industry lacks the capacity to absorb the technology, and if our ecosystem does not support seamless technology transfer, those patents, those IPR will remain locked in the drawer. So as IP professional here, your duty, our duty is no longer just to protect the idea, but to actively develop the absorptive capacity by connecting the right research with the right industry player. We have to ensure that our ecosystem can translate research and development into actual, measurable economic and social resilience. So, next slide, please. So, this is one of the trends that we face in the university currently to address the gap in our innovation ecosystem. Our higher education institution must undergo a fundamental paradigm shift. Let's look at this evolutionary roadmap. And currently, we are now in the stage of University 4.0. So, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot stop there. The highlight box in the yellow on the right in our true destinations. In this rapid digital and technological era, we must expand our vision towards social impact, inclusive innovation, and sustainability. We must upgrade to the quadruple helix model by actively adding society into our collaboration loop. So, in the generation 1.0 until 3.0, the role of the society not so profound. So this data, this phenomenon, these paradigms will be translated in our directorate. So next slide, please. So to reach that generation 4.0 and bridge the gap we discussed earlier, we need a catalyst. This is exactly where the Directorate General Science and Technology position itself in the ecosystem. So as illustrated on this slide, we act as the primary bridge. Our core mission is to initiate the active dissemination or the spillover, the research and development result from our higher education institution, from various sectors and society. The ultimate goal is for science and technology to be utilized in tangible ways to address real-world needs and create measurable impact. So I give the underline here, to create measurable impact. So in the first slide, we mentioned that the impact could be in the economic, in the social, and also in environmental impact. Now, I want to draw your attention to the ecosystem mapping surrounding the higher education core. So this is the structure of our higher education nowadays. We have the three main divisions. So higher education is the core of the ministry, and then there is research and development. This is where the process to produce the science and technology, and in the bigger area we have the science and technology. So notice that our target audience for this innovation spillover are incredibly diverse. Yes, the business, for example, you can see that business and industry is one of the crucial partner, but our innovation must also stream to the small and micro and small enterprise, cooperative, local government, community and CSO, and even to media, artists, and traditional leaders. For you, the driver of IP Center, Sentra Haki, this paradigm expand your horizon. The market for your technology transfer and commercialization is not just a massive technology corporation. Every patent, every copyright, every industrial design sitting in your repository hold the potential to create a massive ripple effect across all these diverse sectors. So, next slide, please. So,
I'm sorry,
this
Prof,
is
you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay.
Sorry.
This is our theory of change to orchestrate this massive spillover effectively. We have meticulously designed this logical framework. You can see in the long-term outcome, we have the ultimate goal here is the emergence of the economic capability and improving community welfare through the implementation science and technology. So this is the most important things. And to translate, next slide please, to translate every single program, just for example, we take an example, the Intellectual Property Center Establishment Facilitation Program. So we realized that out of, let's say, more than 2,400 universities across Indonesia, when we talk about the higher education, probably more than 4,000. So only about 18% that already have the established intellectual property center. So this is one of our concern, and we support to development of this IP center. And we also face some fact that when we talk about the IP acquisition, the composition is highly disproportionate. Only 96% is dominated by copyright, while only about 4% with a high impact patent and or simple patent statement. So this is our main concern. And I will jump to the last section what I would like to talk. Next slide, please. So we can see this one. This is the evolution of what we did in my office. So from laboratory to the society. So we already did some program from 2021 until today, and we already encourage how the innovation can grow fast, as well as how the IP can support these innovations. So next slide, please. So we can jump to the last two slides probably. What currently, this is also one of the good example. Back to the previous slide. So we quite often to discuss about the platform that might be useful for Indonesia current situation. So previous slide, please. Yes, the previous slide. Here, we try to see the condition of our neighboring country, Singapore, Malaysia, even go to the Russia. And we found that Russia have a model, a very nice model. They have built a 5-layer blockchain-based ecosystem structure to support the integrated IP economy. And I think we also can try to have this one, since all components also available in Indonesia. Next slide, please. Here is our one proposal related to the previous model. So to protect our national IP sovereignty, we urgently need to integrate national system. I believe that probably last week many ministry did some coordination. I think so more than 7 ministry, I think, to talk about the IP framework. And take a look. we can put every single institution in every single layer here. So if you're interested about this proposal, we can discuss in detail here. And this is the last one. Yes, give me 1 minute. Next slide, please. Next. So when we talk about the impact, when we talk about the useful, how we get benefit from the IP, so currently we also have the pilot project to develop what we call Suryakanta. So the basic concept to integrate all the data, and then we need to trace the benefit of every single product, including the IP, and then measure the impact. And now we are in progress to finish this new platform. And when we talk the economic impact, so IPR is one of the important pillar inside of this platform. We call it Suryakanta. Suryakanta is one of pilot project, open information resource for tracing science and technology product benefit and to measure the impact. So social impact, economic impact, and also environmental impact. Most importantly, it enforces data transparency and accountability. So we implement strict workflow, for example, mandating the monitoring report, including manual, financial note, at sequential after AI assist generated, and also every single feedback as IP center practitioner in some platform. Last slide, please. Yes, this is the business model that we integrate every single platform that are already available today. Probably some of you know that Sister Bekade, Bima, Sintas, Kampus, and everything, Pededicti, we integrated, and then we try to synchronize and validate every single data, and then make some merging and enrichment, and doing some analysis aggregation to impact tracking and impact measurement. Next slide. Yes, this is the logic framework of Suryakanta. And since most of you here come from the university, and I believe that this will be quite useful for you to check every single science and technological result that you produce in your university. And so we also have the special part related to the IPR. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, yes, transforming our higher education from classical university to become a university 4.0 that already taking account every single modern parameters is very important for us. So we are in the Directorate of Science and Technology are fully committed to being your primary bridge in developing IPR ecosystem, and when we talk about something more wide in innovation ecosystem. So thank you very much for your time and your dedication to Indonesian innovation, and I am happy to accept every question if available. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, and let's give applause to Prof. Yudi Dharma. Thank you, Professor, for telling us the insights that intellectual property should be the primary means to achieve collaboration between research and industries, and also for telling us more about Suryakanta. And before we move into the question and answer session, we will have Prof. Hawin here with us to present his topic. The floor is yours, Prof. Hawin.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati Bu Dekan, yang saya hormati para guru besar, para pembicara, semua peserta, khususnya Marcel. Terima kasih atas kehadiran. Thank you for your coming. My topic is very specific, but I think it's very important today. Before starting, let me ask you a question. If you buy a book, then you read it, can you resell it? If you buy a book and then you read it, and then next 1 year or 2 years, can you resell it? What other people's? Yeah, because you are silent. The answer is yes. Yeah. So if I buy a book, then I can resell it without permission from the copyright writer. Yeah. But today, if you buy an electronic book by downloading, for example, from certain platform, the question is, can you resell it? Can you resell the book, the e-book, to anyone? The court, European court, has decided that you cannot. You cannot resell e-book. Because why? Because when you download, when you buy an e-book, it's not buying. It's not buying. It's only licensed to read. Yeah, meaning that you don't own the book. You only get license to read. And then, according to the court, it's not when the copyright holder give license to you by giving the right to download the book. The copyright holder doesn't distribute, but only communicate, making available to the public. It's communication, not distribution. That's why, according to the court, you can't resell an e-book. Okay, that's my topic. Okay. Next, we talk about exhaustion principle. The principle means that the lawful initial sale of IPR effectively exhausts the owner's right to control any subsequent dealing with the goods. Yeah. So when you buy a physical book, you can resell it. Why? Because the distribution right of the copyright holder exhausts. Meaning that the holder cannot control subsequent dealing, cannot control its distribution right anymore. It is your right to resell it. That traditional exhaustion principle. Yeah. And then the purchaser of the good is free to deal with the goods without infringing the owner's IPR. And then, what is the principle? What is the point? The point is that in order to limit the owner's right, in order to balance between the owner's right and consumers and society. Okay, next. See. What are the benefits of the principle? Was balancing the interests of holders and people, and then promote innovation. And after you read the book, you can innovate. And if talk about the trademark or patent, you can modify the thing you bought. Yeah. So it promotes innovation. and then promote trade, competition, promote competition, and then create secondary market of second-hand book, second-hand work, second-hand, etc., etc., and then easy access to work. That's the benefits of exhaustion principle. Next. Okay, what is what are the conditions of the principle? First, there must be lawful placing of the good in market. So the marketing of the good must be lawful, must be authorized by corporate holder, must be not without consent of the holder, and then the right of distribution has been exercised by the corporate holder, and then ownership must be transferred to the purchaser. So the purchaser must own on the book. That's the conditions of the exhaustion principle. And then next. So the key condition of the principle is that the ownership must be transferred to the purchaser, to the society, to the consumers. This is the most important condition of the principle to apply. Then next. However, now in digital market, transaction commonly take the form of licensing, not sale, right? And then cloud-based services, and then transfer of copy, and then streaming, and then platform-based ecosystem. So holders now avoid selling. Yeah. Instead of selling, then giving you license, giving you access to read, etc., in order to avoid exhaustion principle. Okay. Then next. So the fundamental challenge of exhaustion is based on the transfer of ownership of a copy to the purchaser. But in digital transaction, yeah, owners replace ownership by giving only license access. That's the problem, the challenge of the principle in today's era. Okay, next. So the question: should copyright law extend to exhaustion principle? Should copyright law extend exhaustion principle to digital transaction? Should the principle apply to digital transaction? I have told you that European Union Court has decided in favor of corporate holders, meaning that it doesn't apply. So you cannot resell e-book, you cannot resell music file anymore. Yeah? Okay. Next. In some jurisdiction, this is the United States decision in Capital Record versus DDG. The court state that exhaustion doesn't apply. Why? Because when you transfer the file of music, meaning you make reproduction of the music, reproduction doesn't transfer to the purchaser. The corporate holder still has reproduction right. So if you purchase, if you resell your file, meaning that you can reproduce without consent from corporate holder. So meaning that the court doesn't apply exhaustion principle because reselling the file, reselling music file is reproduction, which is against the right of corporate holder. Yeah. Okay. And then the next case, European Union Court. This is very good decision, because in terms of software, you can resell software. Yeah. So European Union Court is not consistent. Software can be resolved, but ebook cannot. Well, because software is subject to software directive, which is ex specialis, but ebook is subject to information society directive, which is traditional distribution falling under distribution right. Yeah. So EU is not consistent because in terms of where software can be resold, but can be resold, but ebook cannot be resold. So in software, transaction, although the software transaction is use license agreement, in software transaction, although it's just license agreement, but the court said that as long as the license is permanent, so unlimited use, and then the corporate holder has received remuneration, what remuneration which is reflecting economic value of the copy, then exhaustion apply. But in terms of next slide, in terms of ebook is not subject to exhaustion. Cannot be resolved. Because why? Because selling or licensing to use ebook means only communication transaction, not distribution transaction. So that's why exhaustion doesn't apply. Yeah, and then next. So obstacle. How many minutes now? 8. Okay. Obstacle to exhaustion in our area is that because today there is no selling of electronic digital file, only licensing and then giving access to read, etc. So no transfer of ownership, and then creation of new copy. When you resell your music file, when you resell your ebook, meaning that you reproduce another copy, meaning that you infringe copyright holders' right of reproduction. Yeah, and then economic impact of the primary market. Perfect digital copies may compete directly with new copies because the quality of the new copy doesn't deteriorate. Yeah, doesn't deteriorate, meaning that the quality is the same as the new one. Yeah, so meaning that the second-hand file compete with the new one. Okay, and then transaction falls outside distribution right. This is the obstacle of exhaustion in digital transaction. Next. And then now we are talking about so my file is wrong actually. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, okay. How about our law? Yeah, our law in Article 11.1 provide exhaustion principle. Yeah, it provides that copyright holders' distribution of its work or its copy doesn't apply to its work or its copy that has been sold or its ownership has been transferred to anyone. So when you sell physical goods, when you sell a work or the copy of the work to someone else, then you don't have any right to control anymore. Yeah, the subsequent dealing of the good, meaning that the producer can resell, the producer can give the good to anyone without your permission. Yeah, so this is according to our law. Yeah, next, and then so a condition for exhaustion of Indonesian copyright law, a work or copy has been lawfully sold. So you must authorize the selling of the goods. Yeah. So the selling must be lawful. And then the ownership of the work or copy has been transferred. The ownership. So the purchaser get ownership. The title of the book transferred to to the purchaser. And then next, several views of I have read many articles, more than 10 articles. All the writers of the article support exhaustion in digital transaction, meaning that exhaustion shall apply in digital transaction, not only physical transaction. Yeah. Next, yeah. Can Article 11.1 apply to digital transaction? Possibly. Yeah. Why? Because article does not expressly limit exhaustion to physical copies. So the meaning of copy is not defined. It's not limited to physical copy. It can be digital copy. And then, therefore, digital transaction could potentially fall under Article 11.1 if it involves a genuine sale or transfer of ownership of particular digital copy. So, as long as there is sale, then and the ownership has been transferred to the user, then the exhaustion applies. According to Article 11, because it doesn't limit only to physical copies. Yeah. However, as I said to you, now holders avoid selling, only giving license. That's the problem. Yeah. Okay. Next. My question is, what is the meaning of sale? What is the meaning of ownership transfer? It's not defined by the law. The law is silent. What is the sale? What is ownership? It's not defined by the law. Yeah. Next. My suggestion, define the sale, ownership transfer. What is sale? Must be defined by the law in order to cover license. Yeah. The definition should focus on the substance of transaction. Jadi bukan labelnya. It's not contract label, but the meaning, the exact meaning of the transaction. Is it? Although the contract label is license, but if it is exactly sale, it can be considered as sale. Yeah. So the definition should focus on the substance of transaction rather than contractual label. A transaction label as license should not be automatically prevent exhaustion if in a substance they transfer ownership to a particular copy for a limited period in exchange for a price reflecting economic value of the copy. So although the title of the contract is license, but if it gives purchaser in licensee unlimited use or permanent use, yeah, I think it can be considered as sale. Okay, yeah, and then what the holders has got remuneration, yeah, adequate remuneration. Okay, next. This is so I agree with use soft. I like the European Court decision in use soft that although the contract is licensed, but because it gives permanent or unlimited use to the purchaser, the court said that this is sale. In the contract itself, it stated that this is giving the purchaser, the licensee, unlimited use of the software. And then, but there is also a clause that this is non-transferable. Although the clause non-transferable, but the court said that it is sales contract because there is unlimited use. Yeah. And then the holder has got enough remuneration, yeah, reflecting the price of the copy of unlimited use. So finally, the court said that exhaustion applies because it is sale, not license. Exactly, in substance, it is sale, not license. Yeah. Okay. Next. So should Indonesia follow another case of European Court? Tom Cabinet said that e-book transaction is not distribution transaction, it's communication transaction. Exhaustion doesn't apply. But my point, we don't need to follow Tom Cabinet. Yeah. I suggest that Indonesia adopt work neutral approach. Jadi kita tidak beda-bedakan apakah itu e-book or what, or software or music file. We don't adopt European position. We should adopt work neutral approach in order to cover all digital file. Yeah. So as long as the transaction it's in substance itself, transfer ownership to the possessor, then it is sale. Yeah. Okay. Then next. How about RDG case, American case? It said that reselling file is reproduction. Yeah. So it is against the copyright holders' right. But my point is that we can solve the problem by obliging deleting the deletion of the first copy. So if you want to resell your copy, you must delete your copy. So there is only one copy in the market. You can resell it. You say, I have an ebook. After I resell to you, I must delete my ebook. So this in order to avoid the problem of reproduction. Yeah. Okay. Then next. So my suggestion to Indonesia is that we adopt work neutral approach, and then the point is that the definition of sale, of ownership transfer must be broad in order to cover what license, which is in substance transferring ownership to the licensee, meaning giving the licensee what unlimited period of use. Yeah. Okay, and then also in order to exhaustion to be applied, in order for exhaustion to apply, there must be forward and delete system that before you resell your electronic copy, you must after you resell your copy you must delete your own copy in order to assure that there is only one copy in the market. Yeah. Okay. Next. That's all. Thank you very much.
All right. Yeah, can you give applause to Professor Hawin? And I think the discussion is very timely because, Prof. Hawin gives us some suggestions on how Indonesian copyright law should proceed with the exhaustion principle. And it's very timely because as of now, Indonesia is planning to revise the copyright law. And I might have further questions with regard to forward and delete, Prof, because it's highly subjective, depending on the good faith of the user. And probably that's where the problem is, because if, for example, I'm like the first user and I'm selling it to you, it's my obligation to delete it from my computer. But it's highly subjective, and since we're talking about the people's subject thought, it's highly unlikely to we cannot trust people. I'm sorry, but that's my intake. So we'll open the question and answer sessions for 2 questions. Okay, probably first if Prof. Thomas Mitch, and then okay.
Thank you very much, both of you, for your very interesting presentations. The first one was very complex, so there we could discuss on a whole afternoon. I would like to comment a lot, but there's no time for that. So I focus on Farving. I think that the solution which you presented is the only one which could be convincing, the forward and delete solution, because either there will be duplications which are not wanted, either, like in this ebook case from Europe, it's too strict and unfair. However, does this forward and delete solution not require an international approach? Because in my understanding, she has said that already, the problem that you just trust somebody that he deletes, that would never work. Maybe in Indonesia a little bit better than in other countries, but in Europe that would not work in practice at all. So would this solution not require to invent and implement a new technique which allows a forward and delete mechanism of files where the operation system of the computer already automatically destroys the original file? But for this you would need to have norms, international standards. It would need to be cross-operation system. So what is your opinion about that? Would that be a solution?
Right. Thank you, Prof. Thomas Smith, for your question. So Professor Thomas Smith is asking how to implement forward and delete mechanism. You know, instead of trusting people, are you suggesting that we use another kind of regulatory technology that when the digital file is sold, then it will be destroyed by the files or the software or whatever?
It's very difficult. I think trust is the most important thing. People's trust. The day our thinking is people always try to infringe the right of reproduction. That's our mind. The holders of copyright always always have that kind of mind. I mean, people always try to infringe my right by reproducing that. Yeah, but that's another problem. That's another problem. So, the most important one is trust, and then making automatic system that when I sell my copy, then automatically deleting my old copy. It's very difficult also. How to make that kind of software? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So it's very difficult. So trust is the most important. For temporarily, because it's very difficult to make a system when I resell my new one delete automatically. It's very difficult. So our perspective become difficult because today everyone can infringe, right? Yeah. Our corporate holders is afraid of that. We are afraid of people always try to infringe. Because of that frightening situation, then we are not we don't trust anyone else. Yeah, right. So my point is that for today, trust is the most important. Yeah. So if there is software producer who can make automatic forward and delete, that's better. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Prof.
Yes, I tried to explain about what happened in Russia. They use a 5-layer blockchain IP system. I think that all the issue, if we have a similar system that I propose in Indonesia case, I think how we manage the data, So of course, trust is very important, but in the complex system, I think, yeah, trust is quite risky, right? And then, yes, we need to develop a system. So that's why Indonesia, as a big country, need the IP, and say in Russia, they try to implement a blockchain system. So everything is recorded, and then yes, probably you know that how the blockchain system work, right? So it is also give some not only security to the inventors, but also the potential buyers, the special end user at the end of the day. So I think yes, I think that now is the time to to deal with how we deal with the digital data, right? So yes, we are not in the conventional society anymore. So trust, of course, but by develop the system who can help us to keep the data, and then every single party safe is more important, I think. Yes, yes. Probably the proposal also already come to the different institutions, and we hope that all the parties can consider that, and we also will have the IP system of Indonesia in the near future. So I think that's an additional comment from me.
Thank you so much, Prof. Hawin and Prof. Yudi, for your response. And then for the second question, please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please allow me to introduce myself first. I'm Widya from Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani, Cimahi. My question, first of all, related to the forward and delayed, but it has been answered very comprehensively. And the second goes to Yudi Dharma, perhaps. I'm intrigued by your statement and also your slide that says that R&D is a key driver for economic. And there is a need for absorptive capacity and also how the infrastructure and innovation ecosystem is built. The question is that this issue has been long that we discussed about the budget of R&D as very minimal for this country. But then there is also a potential of philanthropy. Let's say that, for example, what I know is 600 trillion for philanthropy is poor to Indonesia. But how would this philanthropy would be able to also focusing on the R&D, not only the R&D itself, because if it is only R&D, but not being absorbed by the industry and not being commercialized, it would not have an impact to the society. Now, has this been thought by the Kemendik Science Tech to involve the collaboration also from the philanthropic side? Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Widya, for your question. So it's delivered to Prof. Yudi.
Yep. Thank you very much for the interesting questions. Yes, we agree about the position of research and development, right? What I would like to give some emphasis is about the position of the inventors and also the off-takers of the IP. So sometimes we forget it about the function of the IPR. So probably everybody in this room agree that the IPR is for the economic reason, right? It's far from the for the academic reason. So it's for economic reasons. So when we talk about the economic, we should think in the beginning the function of the IPR that we would like to produce. So the absorption of the industry is very important. So once the IPRs, patents, copyright, cannot be implemented in the industry, so it's useless. So the main point. So every single inventor should know the need of the industry in the beginning. So not related to what they would like to do individually, and forgot about whether the patent, the IP they produce will be implemented in the industry. Once the relevancy, the connection between the need of the industry and what and the IP productions, not connected with others, so the economic impact or the real goal of the IPRs cannot be meet with the initial purposes. So related to your question about the function, the position of the philanthropy, yes, I think of course we can get benefit for the philanthropy, but this is the main, not the main reason, right? So if we can found one the philanthropy can support for the R&D, so this is probably not sustained. So if you would like to found the sustainability, so work with industry. So absorption of the industry to the produce IPR is very important. So probably we can check and try to let's say think about the Indonesian condition currently. So do the industry in Indonesia absorb the IPR from Indonesian inventors? Whether can they another things, is it true the patent or IPR produced by Indonesian inventor is useful for the industry? So probably so the question for us, for the all inventors, and yes, we have to see and reflect to ourselves, right? We need to be honest with our progress. The level, the position of the IPR that produced by our faculty member in inventors. And we also need to check directly whether the industry really need that technology, that inventors. So once the industry environment in Indonesia is still like today, probably a bit doubt about the IPR benefit and impact to the economy in Indonesia. Yes, we are working hard to identify the disconnect between the inventor in industry, between the industry and the society. Yes, as I mentioned before, the patent, the IPR come from the university. 96% is the copyright. Is copyright. Sometimes they register the published papers to get the certificate of the copyright, right? And then put in the wall and and then use for the, let's say, for the credit and then nothing to do with the economic value, and only 4% related to the patent and the simple patent. And from that 4%, we also can check how many patents can be licensed and get the revenue for the industry. Is very, very low and limited number. So this is our, let's say, reality. And yes, we in our directorate also doing some survey, for example. So the motivation of the faculty member to doing research, 77% just to their own credit, to get, let's say, to their own careers. So after that, it's done. Once they get let's say some level they would like to achieve, and then all the inventions, all the patents stay in the drawers. So probably can put as the painting laboratory full with the publication or the list of the copyright, printing of the copyright. But if you check the economic functions, how much money can come from the patent, from the copyright, is very, very limited. So this is our conditions. So probably we need to compare with some faculty member, inventor, researcher from the developed country. They really want to solve the real problem of the industry. They really give some offer to the society. So the technology, the invention can be implemented directly to the society and to the industry. So yes, it's a little bit complex. We need to discuss it together and try to find where we need to start with to solve this complex issue. But yeah, we are move forward to bring, and even APHKI, I think, have the strategic position to solve this complex problem. So once you have an idea, please come to us. And probably also good for me to tell you, we have the monthly meeting, and in every single meeting we also invite a different expert, and probably in one condition, so we also invite the expert in IPR. We invite many stakeholders and we discuss many things. And of course, sometimes we cannot decide by our side. We need to bring every single institution together to solve this issue. So yes, sorry about the qualitative answers, but yes, no a single answer for this question. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much, Prof. Yudi, for your response. And it's very hard, to commercialize patent. We in UGM also have, I think, is Prof. Kompiang here, an initiative to, make our patent more implementable, like more marketable as well. I saw some people raising hands, but I'm really sorry because we already have here Prof. Hermansyah Siregar with us. So we will proceed with the question and answer sessions later. We'll greet Pak Hermansyah Siregar first. Selamat siang, Pak Hermansyah.
Selamat siang, Mbak. Selamat siang, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Everyone.
Okay. Welcome to our session, Bapak Hermansyah Siregar, and he is now the Director General of the Directorate General of Intellectual Property, Ministry of Law, Republic of Indonesia, and he has been the forefront of Indonesia's effort to modernize and strengthen Indonesia's national IP ecosystem. And he is now ready to talk. Pak Hermansyah will give you not more than 20 minutes, if that's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Can start?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Gadjah Mada, fellow speakers, and all esteemed guests. We give thanks to God Almighty for the convening of this highly strategic academic forum. Today we gather to discuss something increasingly critical, how intellectual property must no longer be the concern of single sector alone, but rather a bridge connecting the entire national industrial ecosystem. As the Director General of Intellectual Property, I wish to open this presentation with one conviction, that the future of Indonesian economy is greatly determined by how seriously we nurture and optimize the intellectual wealth of this nation. Ladies and gentlemen, intellectual property is often viewed purely through a legal lens, as a right that is registered, protected, and then simply filed away. In reality, IP is the infrastructure of innovation.
It operates through three interconnected stages that reinforce one another. First, creation. IP originate from creative works, technological breakthroughs, cultural expression, and local knowledge. Without creation, there is nothing to protect. Second, protection. Legal protection ensures that creators receive rightful recognition for their work. This legal certainty is what sustains a healthy climate for innovation and investment. Third, utilization. IP only realizes its full value when it is commercialized. Through licensing, franchising, and IP-backed financing, innovation is transformed into real economic value. None of these stages can stand alone. A healthy IP ecosystem exists when all three pillars operate simultaneously and in a sustained manner. Intellectual property is not a single, uniform instrument. It encompasses a broad spectrum, its component relevant to a different sector of industry. At the first tier, we speak of frontier technology, covering nanotechnology, biotechnology, and digital technology. Here, the most relevant IP instruments are patents, trade secrets, and industrial design. At the second tier, we have natural resources and national cultural heritage encompassing agri-tech and cultural tech. The most appropriate instruments here are geographical indications, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression. And the third tier, the creative economy and MSMEs from the backbone of local economic activity. In this space, trademarks, copyright, and industrial design play a crucial role. Understanding this spectrum is essential so that IP policy is not applied uniformly, but is instead adaptive to the real needs of each industrial sector. To illustrate the relevance of IP within a cross-industry context, allow us to present three sectoral examples. First, in the green and blue economy. Geographical indications such as Gayo coffee from Aceh and Ahmed sea salt from Bali demonstrate that communal IP can protect local products from counterfeiting while simultaneously driving exports and promoting environmental sustainability. Second, in IP tourism, the IP ecosystem becomes a genuine driver of tourism. Geographical identify products, traditional cultural expressions, and educational tourism grounded in local wisdom generate lasting economic value. Third, in MSMEs and the creative economy, protection of the trademarks, copyrights, and industrial design strengthens the market position of MSMEs actor both domestically and internationally. From the craftsmen of Jepara to digital creative entrepreneurs. These three examples demonstrate that IP is far more than a matter of legal document. It is a tangible instrument of cross-sector economic empowerment. And the fifth, challenge innovation moves faster than protection. Alongside the enormous opportunities, we must also honestly acknowledge that the challenges very real. The first challenge, artificial intelligence, is now capable of producing work in the form of text, images, music, and code whose IP ownership remains legally unresolved. Who is the creators? Who holds the rights? Our current regulation do not yet fully answer this question. The second challenge is digital platforms accelerate IP infringement across jurisdictional boundaries. A single copyright violation in one country can spread massively across the globe within seconds. The third challenge, there exists a significant gap between the pace of innovation and the capacity of law enforcement. Innovation moves at the speed of technology, while legal responses still move at the speed of bureaucracy. Against these three challenges, the Directorate General of IP has formulated concrete policy responses, namely regulatory adaptations, strengthen international cooperation, and then modernization of digital-based enforcement systems. And then, what about the GIP policy direction and building the ecosystem? In responding to these challenges while optimizing available opportunities, the Directorate General has established 4 strategic policy directions. First, strengthening digital-based services. The transformation of IP services from registration to consultation is directed toward becoming faster, more transparent, and more accessible to all segments of society and business actors across Indonesia. Second, consistent law enforcement. Equitable IP enforcement covering both physical and cyber infringement sends the clearest signal of legal certainty that investors and innovators need. Third, cross-sector collaboration. No single institution is capable of building an IP ecosystem on its own. Synergy between the Director General, line ministries, academia, and the business community is an absolute necessity. Fourth, empowering communal IP. The protection and utilization of geographical indication, traditional knowledge, and traditional cultural expression is among the Directorate General's foremost priority, as these assets represent the nation's heritage and must generate real economic benefits for the communities that own them. And lastly, synergy for a competitive IP ecosystem. In closing, we wish to affirm one fundamental conviction. A strong IP ecosystem cannot be built by government alone. It requires the synergy of 5 key stakeholders. Government in presenting adaptive IP policy and regulations, academia in producing research and knowledge that is relevant to industry needs, the business community in developing trade grounded in sustainable IP assets, society empowered through their local and traditional IP, and the media, ensuring the IP ecosystem is widely, effectively communicated to the general public. Forums such as this international conference are a tangible expression of that synergy, bringing together government and academia in one productive space for dialogue. Together, let us build an intellectual property ecosystem for Indonesia that is inclusive, innovative, and global competitive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Hermansyah. Okay, Pak Hermansyah, are you still available for one question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So one question from the audience to Pak Hermansyah, please. Okay. Do you have any questions? Oh, Budina. All right. Yes, please, Budina.
Good morning, Pak Dirjen.
Good morning,
Yeah,
Bu Dina.
my name is Dina from the Faculty of Law UGM, Pak. I would
Oh, ada
like
Pak
to-
Marcel.
Siap nyanyi nih Pak Marcel. Ya, selamat pagi Pak Dirjen.
Selamat pagi.
Ya, salam sehat Pak dari kami semua di International Conference ini. I would like to know if you have inside information about the amendment of a trademark law, Pak. Trademark law, because I heard that there is a plan and also a discussion on the in the Directorate General and also the Gen PP that you prepare the amendment of trademark and geographical indication law. I would like to know what kind of amendment that significant to the new trademark and geographical indication law, and what is the reason to amend the law? Is it because of there is a change of administrative and also procedural in the Directorate General of IP, or is there any other reasoning to make the law more effective and efficient? I also heard that probably there are some changes on the procedure of getting or doing the application or the registration of trademark. Would you please comment on that, Pak Dirjen? Thank you so much for the time, Pak. Thank you, Bu Ririn.
Yeah,
Thank you, Ms.
Budina,
Dina.
for your question.
Yeah. The main issue of why we revised that law, or especially the trademark and GI. First issue about how to make examination is faster. Then now we already reached 6-month examination of trademark according to the Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, 6 months. But when we look the environment across nation, now in Philippines, the length and duration of trademark examination 3.5 months. And Thailand, when they present about their roadmap, and they stipulate that they will make the period, the examination will 3 months. So I think Indonesia must adapt and this situation. And we get information also in Benelux. There are 3 months examination, and there is one channel about how to make it faster with special treatment for who want to get first priority about services, fast track within a week. I think in this situation, globally competition and how to make ease doing business, we have to make our services faster also. So our minister said that we have to change the pace to examine the trademark, and we'll adopt the system, and maybe from now on, in the middle of August, we will make our services to be 5 months, and then in October maybe 4 months. The end of December within 3 months. And we hope that after we revise the bill of trademark, the duration of examination just 1 month. Just 1 month. Yeah, that's our tagline. As you look at this, my screen, to world class IP office. So I think the speedy of the examination is a must for us. And then in geographical indication also, we want to adopt several maybe a treaty, and then how to make IP creation more grow, flourish. And we know that Indonesia is a mega biodiversity countries. So actually must get many GI in Indonesia. Every district, every municipality, it must be have an industrial geographical indication. So we have to make it more easier to register of GI, and then to make, especially in the local government, more have the forum how to create and how to make the document description of the GI. And I think it's more than about how to build the IP ecosystem in the creation and also the commercialization of GI. GI just not stop just to register, but how to all the community, all the ministry together to defend the right and the certificate of protection and how to commercialize the GI. I think that's the most important issues. And then the other issues, and we want to abolish about komisi banding, appeal commission. We discussed already in many countries like Japan or several countries, the pengadilan niaga, compare with other countries, Indonesia faster to when the parties go to the pengadilan niaga, just within 3 months, commercial these parties will set an appeal. So it makes it more faster, and then to give more climate of doing business more affordable in Indonesia. That's the reason, the main reason.
Thank you so much for your answer, Pak Hermansyah. And as we enter the end of the first session, I'd like to call forward Prof. Hawin and Prof. Yudi to receive a token of appreciation.
Thank you so much to moderator, and thank you so much to all of the speakers for the plenary session one. And we'd like to invite Professor Kurniawan as a representative from APHKI. Please come forward to the stage. And we will also invite to Ibu Irna to deliver a token of appreciation as a representative from Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada. To all of the speakers for the plenary session one, please stand up for a moment for the token of appreciation from APHKI, and also from the Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada. So Professor Kurniawan will present the scarf to our distinguished speakers as a token of appreciations, and Ibu Irna will present the token of appreciations as a representative from Faculty of Law, Universitas Gadjah Mada. Thank you so much to Professor Hawin. And also thank you so much to Professor Yudi.
We would like to invite Bu Irna to present a token of appreciation from Faculty of Law to our distinguished speaker.
And after the delivering of token of appreciations, please to stand up for a moment, and we will have a photo sessions with moderator and also speaker for the plenary session one. Thank you, Birna. Please make a queue, and we will have a photo sessions with all of the speaker and moderator for the plenary session one with the representative from APHKI Indonesia. Thank you so much. Please give a big round of applause to all of the speakers for the plenary session one. Thank you, Professor Kurniawan and also Professor Ibu Irna. Thank you so much for the token of appreciations.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we now continue with plenary session 2. Once again, we will invite our moderator, Dr. Laurencia Andrini, SH LLM PhD, to guide today's discussion. The time is yours.
Thank you so much, Matthias. So even though the speakers are already coming to their seat, I'm staying here. So please bear with me. You'll be seeing me a lot today. And we are entering the second session where we have Dr. Alison Fish. I might have to check if Alison is already here. Hi, Alison. How are you?
Hello.
Okay. Thank you so much for joining our conference online, and I hope everything is going okay right now with you.
Oh yes, thank you. Good. Could you?
All right, and I'd like to also call forward to the stage Bapak Dandi Yuda, and please come forward, Pak Dandi, and also Bapak Marcel Siahaan. Please come forward to the stage. Please have a seat. Okay, so thank you so much for coming here. And for the first presenters, I'd like to call Dr. Alison Fish. I'll read her short biodata first. So Alison is an associate professor at the University of Queensland, Australia. She is an interdisciplinary scholar whose research lies at the intersection of law, socio-cultural anthropology, and science and technology studies. She has completed higher degree studies in law, public administration, and anthropology for her PhD. So without further ado, Alison, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Florencia. Can you hear me okay and see me?
Yes,
That's
you're
fine?
audible. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Sugeng siang, selamat pagi, salam alaikum, and hello to everyone. Thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests and audience for your kind reception today. I had very much looked forward to joining everyone in Jakarta at UGM, but circumstances beyond control have stalled my journey to you. So I want to say a special thanks to Dr. Laurencia Andrini, who we had the pleasure of hosting at University of Queensland for her PhD, and the organizing committee of the conference for so quickly accommodating my disruption and arranging my joining via Zoom. When I first received the invitation to speak today, I debated about whether to present from my research on intangible cultural heritage and intellectual property, or on a more recent project that explores how intellectual property can facilitate the responsible innovation of quantum technologies. I've decided to take a little bit of a leap, and I'm going to try to connect these seemingly very different topics to explore how intellectual property and new technologies can be engaged in an effort to meet collective social goals. So please bear with me as I try to move across these different domains. So to do this in the talk today, I want to start with a brief history of the law and technology debate, this pacing narrative that arose in the 1980s. And I'm going to challenge us to reframe this debate using two case studies based on socio-legal research I've conducted in India and Australia. The first case explores the Indian government's development of the Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, or the TKDL, a digital database that was designed to fill the gaps in international patent law that allowed the piracy of South Asian biocultural heritage. Through this case study, I argue that new technologies are the site for reimagining intellectual property in a way that works for collective social goals. I will then move on to a second case study, which explores how creative uses of intellectual property can be used to produce the science and technology we want in the world. And this draws upon my current research on how intellectual property and IP-adjacent concerns can be managed to facilitate responsible quantum innovation in and for Australia. I will then conclude by suggesting these two cases allow us a window into a more elaborate understanding of how we understand the relationship between IP and innovation. So the origins for the law technology pacing debate may be well known for many here in the audience, but in case there are a few that aren't quite as familiar with this, I'd like to spend a moment here. One of the most common things we hear about new technologies is that technological innovation and change are increasingly rapid, galloping ahead, while law and legal institutions are incredibly slow, and that this mismatch is dangerous. Not only might it chill innovation and we miss out on the benefits, but that if these differing rhythms are too extreme, the very cornerstones of modern democracy and social progress could come under threat. This is a narrative that stretches back at least to the 1980s from different fields. From the computer sciences, you have the works of Richard Stallman, who developed the first copyleft licensing suites, and Eric Raymond, who talks about coding freedom and democracy into software infrastructures, to law, specifically intellectual property, where you have Lawrence Lessig and the like, who talk about how technological change shifts social common sense and that demands legal change, through to the fields of social sciences and policy, where scholars talk about information commons as a social public good. Today, this narrative of law and technology temporal mismatch has moved beyond intellectual property to other legal domains, and now marks our discussions of privacy, cybersecurity, dual use restrictions, antitrust, and so on. However, putting too much emphasis on this one way that law and technology interrelate can make it easy to fall into near paralysis. Instead, I urge us to think about the relationship as iterative, as processual. I'm not saying that law, society, and innovation don't have different tempos that produce some sort of gap, but I don't think this gap is necessarily going away. It's ever-changing and context-dependent. And while this can be a challenge, it can also be productive to think about how this gap can be mobilized strategically to achieve certain goals. And that is what the two case studies will demonstrate. So the first case study is about the Indian central government's Traditional Knowledge Digital Library, or the TKDL, which I followed as part of my research since 2005. The TKDL is, I believe, somewhat similar in spirit to Indonesia's communal intellectual property database, but structured a bit differently. As a proprietary database of the Indian government, its contents are only available to patent examiners in countries with an agreement with the government. The purpose here is to make evidence of prior art digitally accessible and linguistically and scientifically legible to patent examiners from around the world when they are examining applications for plant-based therapeutic inventions. The idea that originally inspired the TKDL is several instances of biopiracy of South Asian traditional medical knowledge that took place in the 1990s, namely patent claims relating to neem, turmeric, and basmati rice that were lodged with the US PTO and the European Patent Office. Indian government officials spearheaded several requests for reconsideration against these claims. However, they found the challenge process to be inefficient, expensive, and the outcomes uncertain. Moreover, the Indian government began to realize the potential scale of biopiracy. Thus, in 1999, influential members of the Indian government decided to take a proactive and preventative approach and the TKDL initiative was launched in 2001, 2 years later. While the TKDL is led by a group of Indian officials with varied backgrounds working in different ministries, the digital archive is designed and conceptualized by a computer scientist, Dr. V.K. Gupta. In explaining his role to me, Gupta told me that he had to understand the adequacies and inadequacies of the patent system and then apply technology to fill the gaps. In doing this, he was particularly inspired by the legal strategy of the law firm representing the Indian government in the 1994 turmeric patent challenge at the US Patent and Trademark Office. As many of you may know, turmeric is a product of a flowering plant native to South and Southeast Asia. Its roots are roasted and ground to produce the distinctive yellow powder commonly used in cooking and for varied health and cosmetic purposes. In the early 1990s, two expat Indian scientists working at the University of Mississippi filed a patent for the wound healing properties of turmeric paste. According to newspaper reports, these scientists are said to have had an interest in popularizing the uses of what they acknowledged was a widely known and common South Asian remedy. To support this claim, they ran clinical trials and published scientific papers on antimicrobial and wound healing properties of turmeric paste. Reports of the patent grant quickly spread, drawing public outrage from Indian state officials and civil society. As a result, the government filed a challenge at the US Patent and Trademark Office challenging the validity of the claim, particularly on the core novelty requirement of novelty. The key strategy was to provide the USPTO examiners with evidence that the wound healing benefits of turmeric were well known throughout the South Asian continent prior to the 1994 filing. To do this, the legal team collected hundreds of texts documenting this knowledge, many of which were centuries old, only available in physical print in India, and in varied South Indian languages, most of which aren't understood by the average US patent examiner. Of these, 40 examples were selected as the most appropriate, and certified copies, including English translations, were submitted to the USPTO. Here on the slide is one in Urdu from 1879. And here you see the English translation of the previous Urdu text, with the green arrow pointing towards the note that haldi is used for promoting the healing of infected wounds. While the turmeric challenge was successful and the USPTO did revoke the patent, the process was difficult and expensive, and most importantly, only involved a single claim. Further, shortly after, a government study indicating the scale of biopiracy was potentially enormous came out. And this is largely because the prior art evidence is not accessible outside the South Asian subcontinent, and it's in languages that patent examiners don't tend to understand. Thus, a set of Indian officials involved decided to develop a forward-looking defensive strategy to prevent future instances of biopiracy. Gupta led this charge, designing technology to fill the gaps in patent law with the goal of ensuring that prior art evidence would be digitally accessible and scientifically and linguistically legible to examiners around the world. Enter the TKDL. Now, the TKDL is actually a collection of multiple databases, one for each of the 6 South Asian classical medicine systems documented within the initiative. The key innovation allows this database to operate and function in the way that the information is organized, which is through the traditional knowledge resource classification system, a model that Gupta sees as his key innovation and contribution. So this is an example of the TKRC, or the Resource Classification System. It intersects with and expands the World Intellectual Property Organization's International Patent Classification System that's used to describe inventions. It effectively explodes what was previously a single category for plant preparations for medicinal purposes into separate and elaborate classificatory systems for each Indian system of classical medicine. Thus, there is a TKRC for Ayurveda, another for Unani, another for Siddha, and on and on. And these are developed and applied by multidisciplinary teams, including computer and scientists, medical doctors, and traditional health practitioners. The TKRC is then applied to the digitalization of textual prior art of South Asian classical medicine by the teams, such that a single piece of prior art, like the text on wound healing properties of turmeric you saw previously, is described using dozens of codes, which indicate things like how the disease or injury is treated, the diagnosis, plant ingredients, compound preparation, and application of therapy. Here you see the Ayurvedic team at work, composed of Ayurvedic doctors, computer scientists, medical doctors, and they're inputting information into an early interface of the TKDL. The result of this is a search of the TKDL results in the following output. And here is an example where I've searched for turmeric wound healing properties. The output notes treatment, the earliest state of reference, the codes used, the corresponding IPC codes, as well as aspects of the ailment, compound, preparation, dosage, application, etc. And finally, the location and date of the original source of this information, including a link that produces a digital copy of that source. Moreover, the TKDL search output is available in 5 languages: Hindi, English, Japanese, French, and Spanish, to make the knowledge more widely accessible and legible for those patent examiners using the database. Now, the TKDL launched in 2008, and new information is always being added. While the numbers on the TKDL do fluctuate, I would estimate that when I visited the facility in 2024, there were at least 100 employees working. Though the TKDL has also been the subject of critique both within and outside of India, it has had an impact in the world. It's currently being used by at least 20 jurisdictions in their patent examination process. And I have seen instances where evidence has been taken and used in patent denials and requests to revise claims. Moreover, it has also been used by the WIPO as an exemplary mechanism for traditional knowledge protection, and there are similar projects starting up in other areas of the world. Finally, the current Indian central government has approved its use as a platform for future health innovations based on South Asian classical medicine. The imagination here is that the government will partner with pharmaceutical corporations and universities to discover new therapies in exchange for some sort of benefit sharing. So the TKDL has had an impact over the 20 years of its existence through the creative design of technologies to fill the gaps in the law. Leaving traditional knowledge, I want us to take us to the seemingly other side of the innovation spectrum for our next case, which draws upon recent work on how IP can be mobilized to facilitate responsible quantum technologies for Australia. And this comes out of my participation in the Australian Research Council's Centre of Excellence for Quantum Biotechnology, which explores how quantum science and technology can help address enduring questions in the life sciences. In order to achieve this objective, the Australian government has invested significant public resources in creating an inviting quantum innovation ecosystem. And as part of this project, to prioritize quantum innovation and capture the benefits, and as well as such as the economic growth potential, which is expected to be around Australian 4 to 6 billion, which I estimate to be about 50 to 75 trillion Indonesian rupiah, and the creation of numerous jobs, the government is pouring a lot of supports into this, and a unique blend of industry, government, and academic research is becoming possible, with the objective that that the focus is what's called responsible innovation. So as we approach this future, an integral and necessary means of achieving this goal at both the international and domestic level are around the legal and governance frameworks that are necessary to encourage the benefits while mitigating the risk. In crafting this legal framework, Australia has really doubled down on the notion of a responsible quantum ecosystem that is as open as possible while being as closed as necessary. And that is where the team I work with at the University of Queensland's Law School comes into play. The team, which I lead with Professor Brad Sherman, is an interdisciplinary group of researchers who are working on how IP and IP-adjacent issues can facilitate this responsible innovation, with my particular contribution being on quantum technologies, and Brad's leadership of the team focuses on other types of science, such as synthetic biology. But we really do see that there's a lot of similarities across these frontier sciences. And in defining what responsible innovation and responsible quantum might be, our group is guided by the work of Owen Spencer that acknowledge the power of innovation to create the future and ask how we can and should meaningfully engage a society with the futures that innovation seeks to create. And more practically to do this, we follow the European Union's Responsible Research and Innovation Policy Framework, which has the following 5 key pillars: public engagement, gender parity, open access, open science, science education, and ethical governance. And this has translated for our group into specific intellectual property related projects. So a set of projects that we have explore what as open as possible and closed as necessary might mean for responsible translation and commercialization of quantum, which is still a frontier science. For example, Tolu Adekola, who is now a lecturer at another Australian university but still works with us, is exploring the open versus closed binary of intellectual property law and whether we can somehow escape that binary. While Pratap, who has also moved on to another position, is exploring what patents are arising in relation to quantum technologies and creating a patent landscape analysis so that we can see what types of innovations are being patented, where are thickets developing, where is there blank white space, and other trends. And finally, we have Gadjah, who has recently completed her PhD and is exploring how patenting trends might affect enabling technologies, or those sort of core technologies that everyone needs to push quantum research and innovation forward, and whether there are any workarounds for this, such as freedom to operate defenses, etc. Another group within our team are looking at questions about credit and attribution in collaborative science, because at its nature, quantum innovation is inherently multidisciplinary. And the way we see this is that disciplines are sites of different cultural norms and practices that see what constitutes a contribution to science differently from one another. And that in order to bring them to come together on quantum innovation, we have to create a way of people coming to agreement on those different norms and practices, looking specifically at authorship of journal articles, and how those are navigated in multidisciplinary teams. We have Marita Rodriguez, and she looks at that as a social interaction of multidisciplinary teams. Similarly, on a different note, we have Kath Rock, who's looking at gender and inventorship on patent applications. And in her research, she is interested in investigating why women are consistently less likely to be listed as an inventor on patent application, and whether this varies evenly across different fields involved in quantum innovation. Her research shows that diverse and inclusive teams tend to produce higher quality and more radical innovation. But despite this, women and minorities comprise only about 15% of inventors on patent applications. And there are many reasons from this, from bias in attribution, to bias in the way work is assigned, to personal ambivalence and priorities. And eventually, she seeks to have her work contribute to policies that can move the dial, that can recognize women's contributions to science more equitably. And finally, we have the work of Pedram Rashidi and myself, who are looking to integrating broad legal frameworks required for the successful translation and commercialization of quantum innovation. And what we are finding is that IP concerns are often tangled in a web of other legal issues, such that one domain affects others in the landscape. An example here is how IP issues bump up against quantum technologies being marked as dual use or having military applications. This means that all patent applications mentioning quantum must undergo additional vetting for national security implications, and this leaves applicants anxious about timeframes and priority dates, but little can be done. In short, what we are finding is that when considering how to develop intellectual property frameworks that facilitate responsible quantum, invariably requires assessment of additional issues across the legal landscape. I'll try to keep the conclusion brief as I've likely gone over time. But what I hope these two case studies show us is that the relationship between law and technology is not simply law reacting to technological change. I like to think of the relationship as processual and symbiotic, where both intellectual property and scientific and technological innovation sit within a social context, and that individuals and groups can use both as a tool to strategically meet certain goals or objectives. So with respect to the TKDL, technological design is mobilized to fill gaps in intellectual property law and prevent socially undesirable outcomes, the piracy of South Asian biocultural heritage. Further, the TKDL is a flexible digital apparatus that allows other types of proprietary interests to emerge and be addressed over time. Similarly, with respect to facilitating responsible quantum, in Australia, researchers at UQ are working on using intellectual property and adjacent issues to guide research in the ways that Australian society values, suggesting possible policy interventions and strategic uses of law to achieve outcomes. In the end, however, I would argue that the gap between law and technology, it does exist, it's there, but it's always changing and it's context dependent. So we must work to accommodate it, and that this can present opportunities as well as challenges as part of our everyday process. Thank you for your time, and I hope one day to be able to be there with you in person. Jakarta and UGM. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause for Alison? Thank you so much, Alison, for giving an insight for us. And I'm pretty sure our participants have a lot of questions to discuss with you, because we here in Indonesia also have a lot of, traditional medicine. But then we haven't touched upon the quantum technology yet. So I hope your explanation will also bring enlightenment to the audiences today with regards to, we are not only dealing about AI, but we are also dealing with the quantum technology. We will start the question and answer session after all of the speakers have presented. So please bear with us, Alison. I'd like now to move forward to the second speaker, that is Bapak Dendi Yuda Feriawan, SAMA. He is the Director of the New Digital Technology, Ministry of Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. He has been a prominent voice in articulating the government's role in supporting Indonesian digital talent and increasing the added value of locally produced digital products. So without further ado, Pak Dendi, the time is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, respected professors and academics, and also representatives from governments, industry leaders, practitioners, and also ladies and gentlemen. First of all, allow me to express my sincere appreciation for the Faculty of Law, University of the Gadjah Mada, and the Association of Intellectual Property Law Lecturers, APHKI, for organizing this important international conference. And first of all, it's a very good opportunity for us to represent the Ministry of Creative Economy to be here. We are here to telling a story about our program, and we hope that we can receive some more inputs from the expertise here in this room, very, very knowledgeable persons regarding the IP law. So I think it's a very good opportunity for us to present some of our programs. Especially this program we do collaboration with the Financial Service Authority, OJK, to conduct the tokenization of IP. Maybe it's kind of a bit different than the things that we are talking since the morning, but I think I hope we can still get some more insightful inputs from the audience here. To begin, I would like to start with a simple question. We can go to the next slide, please. We know that Indonesia is very creative. Under the newest Gemini report, Indonesia people generate 9 million images per day through Gemini. Imagine. And we're also the most creative country in the Southeast Asia. And it also happens under our creative economy sectors. We have a lot of IP, but the question is, can we unlock its full potential of economic value of the IP? So when we're talking about the creative economy 3.0, we should see what we have done in previous. For many years, our approach to IP has focused on three things, I think. First is protection, and then ownership, and also enforcement. These remain essentials, of course, but the creative economy is changing. The world is changing. Today, we need to move simply protecting IP to commercializing IP and creating the new forms of value from IP. That is why we call the evolution toward creative economy 3.0. When creative economy 1.0 was mainly about protection and enforcement, creative economy 2.0 brought digitalization and market access. And today, creative economy 3.0 is moving toward programmable assets and tokenization. The strategic shift is simple, from protecting IP to commercializing IP, and then to unlock the new value and the financing of the IP. So why is this important? We can see in the next slide, please. We still have a financing problem of the IP. A filmmaker can have strong commercial potential, and animation characters can generate licensing and merchandising income, but valuable IP is still difficult to finance through traditional financial systems. Why? Because IP is intangible. It is difficult to use as collateral. Its value is not always standardized. Future cash flow cannot be very difficult to predict. And there's no secondary market. As a result, investors may find it difficult to assess the risk and the potential revenue from the IP. So we have a clear paradox now. The IP has value, but that value is not always easy to finance. This is one of the challenges we need to solve if we want to the creative economy become stronger engine of economic growth. On the next slide, we can see we have a solution from the technology side. This is where blockchain becomes interesting. Blockchain provides a distributed digital ledger. It can provide transparency, traceability, and secure digital records for the authentication purposes. For the creative economy, it can potentially support transparent IP records, digital authentication, royalty management, automated revenue distribution, and new forms of financing. It can also enable fractionalization and more transparent transactions. Smart contracts can automate certain processes, such as royalty distribution and repayment. But I want to emphasize one important point. The blockchain record does not mean to replace the IP law, and tokenization does not automatically mean transferring IP ownership. But what do we mean by IP ownership? Tokenization. We can see in the next slide, please. In simple terms, tokenization means creating a digital representations of an asset or of specific rights or benefits related to the assets. For the IP, The underlying asset could be a film, music, game, book, IP character, a patent, or another creative asset. But the token may represent specific economic rights related to that IP. For example, royalty right, licensing right, revenue sharing, or other clearly defined economic benefits. The key message is token does not equal IP ownership. It's two different animals. The token represents a clearly defined right or benefit. The underlying IP remains the subject to its original legal ownership and contractual structure. Let me give you some example. Imagine a filmmaker. The producer needs additional financing to finance the movie. The movie has strong commercial potential, but traditional financing may be difficult to obtain. A defined share of the project future revenue from the movie could be structured as an economic right. For example, from the ticketing sales and from the other potential revenue from the movie. That right could then be digitally represented through the token, just like a coin. Investors participate according to the performance of the movie and the terms of the underlying contract. So the model becomes the movie IP, economic rights, tokenization, investment, the production of the movie, and then the revenue from the movie and the distribution from the benefit of the movie to the investors. So the important point is that the token does not automatically transfer the copyright of the movie. It represents the economic rights that have been clearly defined in the legal and contractual structure through the blockchain system. This is the type of model that can potentially create an alternative financing channel for IP. But we have some challenges. On the next slide, we can see, please. In our view, there are at least three fundamental questions that we need to answer before IP tokenization can take place in Indonesia. The first one is, what rights are we tokenizing? Second, what is the value of those rights? And then, why should people trust the system? Okay, let me go through. First, the rights before tokens. We have to define the legal rights first. This is the Faculty of Law. We have a lot of lecturers, so we need some input on it. We have to define what kind of the rights that we are tokenizing. Is this first the IP right? Who owns the copyright? The creators. And the second, the economic rights. Who is entitled to royalties, licensing, or other economic benefits? And the third one is the contractual rights. What exactly does the token holder receive under the agreement from the smart contract? These three rights are not the same. So we have to create a clear legal structure that connects the token with the underlying IP. So this is the part of the law lecturers, I think. And the second, we need also to know the valuation of the IP. How do we value a movie? How do we value a song catalog? How do we value a game or animation character? Because unlike physical assets, the value of IP often depends on future revenues, audience, licensing opportunities, market potential, and many other factors. This makes IP valuation more complex because it's intangible. Without a credible valuation, it will be difficult for investors to assess the opportunity and the risk. And fortunately, we already have the regulation from the Ministry of Creative Economy number 6, 2025 on IP valuators. But still, we need more valuator professional, better IP data, and stronger market standards. And the third challenge is the trust. We need to build the trust. Even with the clear rights and credible valuation, tokenization will not work without trust. Investor needs simple answers. Who owns the IP? Is it already licensed? Or are there other rights holders? How much revenue does it generate? And most importantly, what exactly does the token holder receive? Blockchain can help us record transactions and automate certain processes, but blockchain cannot by itself resolve questions of ownership, contract, and legal enforcement. This is why IP tokenization is not only a technological issue, it is a legal, financial, and economic issue. It requires collaboration between IP lawyers, regulator, financial institution, technology provider, and also the lecturers. And this is precisely why forums like this are very important, because IP tokenization cannot be built by technology alone, lawyers alone, and financial institution alone. We need to build it together. Clear right, credible value, and strong trust. And then the good thing is also, on the next slide, we can see Indonesia is already taking steps into this direction. This morning, Prof. Yudi already told us about what happens in Russia with the IP chain, the 5 layers blockchain system, and we are starting to do it also. We, with the OJK, we also already have the law number 4, 2026 on the P2SK, kita bilang, Financial Sector Development and Strengthening. We also have some regulation that stated that IP can be a fiduciary. And also, we are doing with OJK, the regulation of OJK on tokenized asset offering. And imagine, in Indonesia, we have more than 22 millions of crypto users. We are the largest number 7 in the world. And we already try to tokenize the 3 things: the gold, the property, and also the bonds, the securities. And these 3 tokenization are already past the sandbox from OJK. And now we are trying to put the IP tokenization under the OJK sandbox too. On the next slide, we can see that we already have the collaboration with the Financial Services Authority, with the OJK. Last year, we conducted some hackathon to get some ideas on how should the IP registry and IP tokenization. And this year, we are doing the important step to build the foundation for IP tokenization. Through 10 Web3 projects, we have 10 projects. The initiative to explore different business models to make IP verified, tokenized, and investment ready. The use case cover a wide range of creative and knowledge-based IP, including scientific IP like NanoFi, books like Libere, creative product like CraftLab, and also music like Collect. So all these startups are doing their platforms to tokenize specific kind of IP through their platforms. So we are already doing like 15 weeks program right now, and we are going to the final demo day, and hopefully they'll make it to the final demo day and their business model are good enough to be put into the regulatory sandbox. And to close my presentation, I would like to say that we have very rich and diverse creative economy. We have talented creators. We have valuable culture and creative assets. The next challenge is how to connect these strengths. We need to move from IP protection to IP value creation, from creative asset to productive asset, and from IP ownership who just put on the certificate on the wall into sustainable IP commercialization. And tokenization may become one of the tools to make it possible. But the future is not about putting every IP on the blockchain. The future is a trusted ecosystem where law provides certainty, technology provides efficiency, finance provides access to capital, and creativity provides the value. So I would like to close with another simple message. We should not ask only, can we tokenize the IP? But rather, we should ask, how can we tokenize IP responsibly? so that the technology creates more value for the creators and more opportunity for Indonesian economy. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Pak Dendi, for your wonderful presentation. And I should also agree with you. So we have so many students, not only here in Gadjah Mada, but I believe in other universities as well, that they are starting to question, the IP tokenization by using the blockchain. So it's very eye-opening for us as well. Maybe the question later on is, or maybe for the audiences to, as a something to brainstorm, is we have to protect the IP, but also we have to commercialize, and it has to go like hand in hand together. Thank you so much, Pak Dendi. All right, and before we move, I'd like to give the floor to Bapak Marcel Siahaan, and allow me
Check.
to read your profile first, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, Bapak Marcel is a commissioner and the chairman of the related rights at the National Collective Management Organization, or LMKN, Republic of Indonesia. He is an Indonesian musician, music producer, actor, and IP advocate. And also the chairman of LMKN Pemilik Hak Terkait for the period of 2025 to 2028. And would you like to speak now,
Okay,
Marcel?
thank you. Thank you for the introductions. And before I move on to my presentation, I would like to say this, because I've already witnessing some of these people in this compound already turn their face expression into more serious. Too serious face expression, because of the earlier discussion, I think. So before I move on with my presentation, let me put this like a shadow presentation. So I would like to sing one song for you guys, for you to just, to just break the ice. Yeah, because it's getting more serious. I don't know why. It's like, wow, it's very, it attacks me. Okay, let me sing. Okay, this one has been taken from my first album back in 2003. So it was 22 years ago. I would like to present this, and I really appreciate everyone here who's already organizing the events. Mas Kamil, Mas Alif, yeah, and thank you, Prof Hawin.
For
No worries.
waking up
Okay.
the audience.
So now let me move on to my presentation. Okay, getting back more serious again. Everyone, especially my mentor, my lecturer, Ibu Katarina Budi. Hi, Ibu. Thank you for everything you've done to me. Prof Insan, Prof Hawin, everyone in this room. So, yeah. Good afternoon. It is a privilege to address this forum, and I express the appreciation of Lembaga Manajemen Kolektif Nasional, or the National Collective Management Institution of the Republic of Indonesia, for the invitation extended to us by the organizers. Yeah, permit me to introduce myself precisely, as the scope of my remarks depends on it. So I serve as head commissioner for related rights at LMKN. So my name is Marcelius Kirana Monangan, also known as Marcel Siahaan. And my portfolio is therefore the rights of performers and phonogram producers. On this occasion, however, I have the honor of speaking on behalf of the institution as a whole, across both layers of rights recognized under Indonesian law. Okay. So, before I start with the second slide, I would like to introduce the title. The title is From Declaratory to Operational Protection. So public discussion of music royalties in Indonesia and as elsewhere has tended to concentrate upon the rights of composers and lyricists. That emphasis, of course, is understandable. And those rights are foundational, but it's still incomplete. The journey of a song from creation to audience involves a second body of contribution altogether. So the performer who interprets it, the musicians who record it, and the producer who finances and shapes the phonogram. So both bodies of contribution are protected in law. Both are served by the system I shall describe, and I intend to give an account to both. Yeah, next. Okay, the preposition that organize these remarks may be stated simply. So Indonesia's copyright framework is normatively strong. The task before us is to render it operationally strong. So meaning to say, to move from protection which is declared to protection which function. That's why, kembali lagi sedikit, belum. Okay, that's why the title is From Declaratory to Operational Protection, talking about LMKN's mandate, performance, and the reform of Indonesia's music royalty ecosystem. Okay, next, thank you. Okay, this is the overview. Yeah, the three questions that always been asked to us. So the first one is what LMKN does. The second is what we have built. And the three is where this is going. So the first, the mandate of LMKN. What the institution is constituted to do across both layers of rights and how the national system is ordered. And the second, what we have built is what has been constructed to date. The record of collection and distribution, and the data infrastructure upon which both depend. And the third, where this is going. So we're talking about the direction of the travel. So the legal environment in which we operate has changed materially. Our constitutional court issued a significant decision in December of last year. So we both were there. Me and Ibu Ririn were there at the constitutional court. So a copyright bill is currently also in the parliament. And this institution stands to acquire a firmer legal foundation. Okay, so the single proposition runs through all of these three questions, and I shall return it later in the closing. So a royalty system secures compliance through trust rather than through prosecution. So I agree with Professor Hawin, it's all about trust. Yeah. So it's way better than prosecution. So we've already also built a system in LMKN. We call it Inspiration. Stands for Integrated System of Performing Rights Administration for collection. Yeah. Okay. Next. Terima kasih. So, one song, many industries. So a single song is not one asset. It is a bundle of rights, and each right is exercised in a different sector. That is why music royalty governance is unavoidably cross-industry work. Yeah. So we have the first one is hak cipta. Hak cipta is copyright, consisting in the composition and the lyrics, vested in the composer and the lyricist. And the second is hak terkait. Yeah, namely related rights. Yeah, before it was neighboring rights. Now it's related rights, subsisting in the performance and in the sound recording, vested in the performers like me and in the phonogram producers. So we have two layers with distinct proprietors and frequently distinct jurisdiction. Let me explain like this. A cafe transmits the work through its speakers. Yeah. And then a promoter presents it upon a stage before an audience of 30,000 people. A streaming service delivers it for 400,000 times within a month. A cinematic production places it beneath a closing sequence. And an advertising agency deploys it in support of a commercial product. And then a game studio embeds it within an interactive environment. So, can you imagine one work with 6 industries, 6 distinct licenses arising at 6 distinct moments and settled through 6 distinct channels? Only one word. So herein lies the distinctive character of music as an object of intellectual property. A patent has an identifiable licensee, a trademark has an owner and a defined market. A musical work, by contrast, is consumed continuously and simultaneously across sectors that have little else in common, like in hospitality, live events, digital platforms, cinema, advertising, interactive media, most of which do not regard themselves as participants in the music industry at all. No individual composers can administer licensing upon that scale, and no individual performer can pursue it. Certainly not across a nation of some 280 million citizens distributed among more than 17,000 islands. So it is precisely this problem that collective management exists to resolve. Yeah. Okay, next. So we're talking about the bridge between rights and revenue. Yeah, the mandate. Okay. What we are doing is we have 4 functions. The first one is we license. We issue blanket license to commercial users across each of sectors, and so that a proprietor or the owner of a restaurant is not obliged to negotiate work by work. Yeah. And the second, we collect. So we pull royalties centrally rather than leaving each sector to be pursued in isolation. And the third is we identify. We match data on use to the right holders properly entitled to it. We distribute, that is the fourth, and remit through LMK, Lembaga Manajemen Kolektif, or Collective Management Organization. So the collective management societies representing each category of rights holder, the composers, performers, and phonogram producers. Yeah. This is our main functions: to license, to collect, to identify, and to distribute. Yeah. So I would like to also invite a particular attention to the third, because licensing presents a commercial problem. Yeah. And also collection presents an administrative problem. Distribution presents a logistical problem. Everything has problems, has their own problems. And specifically, identification, however, presents a data problem. And it is identification that determines whether the remaining 3 functions amount to anything at all. Okay, next. So, now we move on to the mandate of LMKN. So our governing statute is Law Number 28 of 2014 concerning copyright. Beneath it sits Government Regulation Number 56 of 2021 concerning the management of royalties for songs and music. And in August last year, Ministerial Regulation Number 27 of 2025 replaced the preceding framework, revising the mechanism of collection, the institutional structure, arrangement for supervision, and imposing data obligations upon the societies. Indonesia's commitment in this field are not solely domestic, for you to know. That Indonesia is also a party to the WIPO Performance and Phonograms Treaty. Indonesia was, moreover, the 30th state to ratify the Beijing Treaty on Audiovisual Performances, thereby bringing that instrument into force. Both are treaties concerned with performers, so our obligation in respect of related rights are international in character and we regard them as binding upon our conduct. Okay. And for you to know also, if you look at the slide, all of these regulations drafted before the emergence of large-scale training of artificial intelligence, before streaming attained its present dominance, and before short-form video existed at anything approaching its current state. It was constructed for a world of discrete copies and identifiable premises. So part of our task is to carry that framework into a world of continuous cross-border machine-reported use. It's all about digital transformation. Okay, next slide. Thank you. This is about LMKN in the national level and LMK in the rights category level. So what LMKN does is set and administers the collection framework, and then licenses commercial uses of songs and musics, and pulls royalties from analog, digital, and overseas sources, operates the information system used for distribution, and supervises and evaluates LMK performances. So LMKN here is becoming a nation hub, a national, it's like a bridge. It's like the coordinator. Yeah. And then we shift to LMK, the rights category level. They represent creators, performers, and phonogram producers to hold and maintain member repertoire data, all the data, and then receive pooled royalties from LMKN. Yeah. Distribute to their own members and report distribution back to LMKN. So the public mandate is on LMKN and the private mandate is on LMK. Yeah. LMKN cannot distribute the royalty directly into the owners of the right. Yeah. We need to have LMK for them to distribute the royalties to the copyright owners. Right, next. Okay, 2025 in numbers. So in 2025, LMKN collected more than 200 billion rupiah. Analog collection alone, comprising physical premises, broadcast and public performance, totaled 77.88 billion rupiah. Okay. We distributed 151.8 billion rupiah to 16,332 right holders. So these are our published figures. A mandatory independent audit with result published is among the provision of the bill currently before Parliament. I wish to state on the record that LMKN welcomes that provision. An institution entrusted with others' revenue should expect to be examined and ought to say so before it is asked. Okay, next. So where the next growth comes from? So digital sources, 125.9 billion rupiah. Overseas royalties arising through reciprocal arrangement with foreign societies, 28 billion. Analog general comprising cafes, hotels, restaurants, retail premises, and broadcast, 15 billion. Live events, 2.2 billion. Digital sources predominate for a single reason. Platform report uses automatically. Each stream is locked and the data arrives without request. Physical premises do not report. A cafe may play 200 works in the course of an afternoon and no record will exist of a single one of them. Consider what follows. Indonesia's live music industry generated approximately 157 million United States dollars in 2024, a figure approaching 5 times its 2020 level. Concerts, festivals, venues, and hospitality, a substantial and rapidly expanding sector, scarcely represented in the figures before you. That is not properly characterized as a deficiency. It is the largest identified opportunity for growth in Indonesian music royalties, and LMKN is the institution positioned to realize it. And I would also add an observation arising from my particular portfolio. So composers benefit from a substantial digital stream that reports itself. Performers and phonogram producers depend far more on public performance and broadcast. That is, on music being played in rooms. Every improvement we make in reporting from physical premises accrues disproportionately, yielding greater benefits for singers, session musicians, and producers. So not only for the copyright owners, but also for the producers and also for the performers. Yeah. And our strategy is we construct, LMKN constructing the reporting infrastructure, and hopefully the revenue will follow. Yeah. Okay. Next slide. Thank you. So, this is the fact. There are approximately 7 million songs and musical works in Indonesia, local and international. So approximately 26,000 songs are currently recorded in our National Song Data Center, the Pusat Data Lagu dan Atau Musik, or PDLM, managed by DJKI. Still a long way to go. Yeah. So I place that figure before you deliberately, as it constitutes the clearest available statement of what this institution exists to do. So when use is matched to the owner, everything downstream functions. The distribution is accurate, first. The second, unclaimed sums diminish. Yeah. Trust accumulates. This is the most important for me. Trust accumulates. Because we have had experiencing the trust deficit lately because of the ecosystem, because they thought all of these are not transparent. So yeah, for me, trust accumulation is more important than everything. So, and then compliance follows and the system grows. So when use cannot be matched, yeah, this is when we need to listen. When use cannot be matched, nothing else matters, however substantial the sums collected. Yeah. And it is also advancing. So under government regulation of number 30 of 2026, which started a few days ago on August 1st, registration is now free of charge. Yeah. Under ministerial regulation of 27 of 2025, the societies are required to upload the data of the rights holders they represent into the national system. So now every LMK has their own duties now to record all the right holders that's becoming their members. The data center and the information system LFKN are being integrated with the PDLM. So SILM, Sistem Informasi Lagu dan Musik, is the inspiration that I've already mentioned. And then it's integrated to PDLM, managed by DJKI. Yeah. So this is a construction in progress rather than a standing deficiency, and its space constitutes the most significant development in Indonesian music royalties of the present decade. Okay, I would like to add also on my portfolio, it's not sufficient to identify works. Yeah, we must identify recordings also, because recordings contains performers that perform on them, and also producers who finance on them, and how the entitlement are apportioned. A title recorded in a database without performance credits remains incapable of remunerating those who made the recording, because the ones who put into the catalog is actually the recording. So we need also the recording as the basis. Yeah. Okay, next. What's the constitutional core change? So the law itself was altered 6 months ago. So me and also Ibu Ririn was there. Ibu Ririn becoming the expert witness. Yeah. And I was becoming one of the advocate representing PAPRI. Yeah. So on December 17, 2025, the Constitutional Court of Republic of Indonesia issued decision number 28, 2025, in response to a petition filed by 29 musicians. The petition was granted in part through 3 conditional rulings. So the first issue concerns the payer's identity. So the obligation to pay performance royalty now rests with the organizer of the commercial performance rather than with the performer. So the ones who you have to pay is the organizer. Yeah. The court's reasoning was practical. The profitability of the commercial performance is determined by ticket sales or production costs, and the party with detailed knowledge of those sales is the organizer.
2 more minutes.
2 minutes. Oh, okay. Okay, the second holding concerns quantum. Yeah. Fair compensation must henceforth follow mechanism and tariffs established by statutory regulation, adopted with stakeholder participation, and remain accessible to the public. Fairness now operates in 2 directions: adequate for rights holders and sustainable for users. We are currently working through what that standard requires of us. And the third, what happens on breach? Yeah. Criminal sanctions are expressly a remedy of last resort. Restorative and administrative remedies take precedence in accordance with the principle of ultimum remedium. Yeah. Okay, next. Governance responses. Oh, okay. Usage-based distribution. Yeah, the first. Distribution must follow concrete songs usage data rather than estimates. So log sheets and layered verification are now becoming the standards. Second, transparency in 3 layers: usage data, distribution rules, and financial reporting. All 3 must be visible, not just the third. This is about transparency. And the third one is external accountability, independent audit of collection and distribution, and dialogue with the KPK on governance safeguards. 4, unclaimed royalty recovery, public announcement of unclaimed funds, and an open claims window for rights holders not yet affiliated with an LMK. Okay, next. Extending the licensing horizon. So music now creates value in environment on the 2014 statutes did not anticipate. The licensing parameter has to follow. We have streaming and OTT, simultaneous cast and webcast, short form and UGC, user-generated content, and we have BGM, background music, and games and virtual events, and cross-border flows. And recent step, we have already signed a contract with Unext Holding from Japan to build a digital background music licensing ecosystem. Yeah. It's open now. Right. Next. Registration becomes free. It's an affirmative measure to accelerate the national song database, filled electronically through the automatic approval channel, so it's easier now. The resulting data integrates with LMK's information system, and the composer needs to register the work, performers and producers register the recording. And this is very important. You have to register it, because if it's not identified in data, so it cannot be matched to the usage and it cannot be paid. It's all about data. Thank you. Next. What comes to the copyright bill? I'll be brief. Okay. So LMKN will be eventually becomes KMKN, a national collective management committee with an explicit statutory footing, answering the long-standing challenge to LMKN's legal basis. One-stop collection, central data holding and collection, with the LMKs retaining the distribution function to their members, as I mentioned before. So, mandatory audit, so annual performance and financial audit for the collective management bodies with results published. It's about transparency. Okay. Royalty Endowment Fund, or Dana Abadi Royalty, whose returns support creator welfare, capacity building, and the royalty ecosystem. And the last one is registration and payment, recording in the National Information System with usage evidence tied to the collection of economic rights. Next, the cross-border question. Royalty governance cannot be solved inside one jurisdiction, because music crosses borders continuously. The system that pay for it do not. Yeah. 3 things: transparency, accountability, and interoperability. Indonesian proposals on digital royalty governance is also referring to this. So introduced at the Standing Committee on Copyright-Related Rights and presented at the WIPO General Assembly in July 2026. And it's framed as improving governance rather than creating new rights. Indonesia, hopefully to host a global forum on cross-border royalty governance in Bali, October 2026. Discussion will continue at the Standing Committee in December 2026, extending to journalist works and artificial intelligence. Next. Okay, this is the closing. Alhamdulillah. Ibu Ririn udah. So fair remuneration is a trust problem first. Again, I agree with Prof. Hawin. It's all about trust. So creators, users, platform, and regulators all have to believe the system works. Yeah. Before any of them comply willingly. We need to believe, we need to put all of our trust to the system first. Yeah. No penalty provision substitutes for that. So right holders, register your works and recording while it is free. Users, license early. We will make it simple. Yeah. And then partners, build the data rail with us. Thank you very much. That's all.
Thank you very much. Can we give applause for Pak Marcel once again? Thank you very much, Pak Marcel. And so reiterating what Prof. Hawin have mentioned previously, that trust is very important in here. And as Pak Marcel have mentioned earlier, trust is very important. You know, when we talk about the royalty distribution, we got to trust the system that it will work instead of having, you know, bad thoughts that it won't work. You have to trust the system. All right. So we have like 30 minutes past our initial schedule. So I wonder, does the audience still want to ask question? Yes, 3 questions. I saw Prof. Tommy from the audiences, Prof. Hawin, and Ibu Ria. Please, because the lunch time is approaching, please make it short and simple. Yeah, I know. I'm just afraid people's asam lambung might kumat. Prof. Hawin.
Thank you so much. There are 2 questions, and I think the first question will be addressed to Dr. Alison Fish. The first one actually is about the traditional knowledge digital library. I think your presentation is very interesting, and I'm interested in asking the question dealing with your slide, your presentation slides when you cited from the Indian government that said that traditional knowledge digital library actually can be a double-edged weapon. Do you agree with that statement? That's number one. And number two, actually, is there any solution, for example, to solve the problem if the developing countries provide the traditional knowledge digital library? Because for me, personally, I think it's also very, it's very, very problematic, because when you try to facilitate the information about your own traditional knowledge, then other people can learn it, and sometimes they can use it without permission. So I agree actually with that statement, that digital library can be a double-edged weapon. So that's the question, and I think the second one actually will be addressed to Pak Marcel. So I think the existence of the LMKM actually is very, very debatable, because a lot of people, particularly from other countries, they think the existence of this institution, it's very, very unique. So if you want to make a cooperations with other countries, particularly from the platform, sometimes they don't want to recognize something that they think is very, very public, right? So is there any solution actually to solve the problem so that you can promote and also you can increase the importance of the LMKM so that we can,
with the transfer of data.
right, exactly, and also for royalty, for example, from the YouTube, etc., etc. Okay. Right. So yeah, that's the question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. Tommy, for your question. Maybe Alison, would you like to address the question first?
Yes, please. Thank you, Laurencia, and thank you for that wonderful question. I do believe very much that the TKDL could be a double-edged sword, and what Dr. Gupta was talking about when he was talking about that was, well, we have now created a digital repository for this knowledge, and that digital repository could be misused at some point in the future. It could be leaked. That was one concern that after initial consultations, originally the library had been intended as openly available. After certain consultations with different experts in the indigenous cultural and intellectual property space, they decided to have gated access because of concerns about how the knowledge would circulate. And most of the systems of medicine that are documented within there have very strong training traditions associated with them that take several years, that consider the way the knowledge circulates should be managed, or it could be socially or spiritually dangerous. Additionally, it isn't possibly a perfect tool. There are different groups within India that have critiqued the TKDL project, both in terms of the amount of resources it uses, or placing the state as the guardian of cultural heritage in a place that's as diverse as India. That some groups may not always feel comfortable with this, particularly for certain systems of medicine that are associated with communities that don't always have a great experience with the nation state, or there's also divisions within the practitioner communities as well. So how benefits or the ways that documentation should proceed don't always have complete agreement with every group. And so the recent decision also to enable access to pharmaceutical companies in exchange for benefit sharing agreements. Some groups are supportive of this. Some groups are not. There is an outstanding question of how the benefit sharing would be distributed to practitioner communities. That has also come up. But these are interesting questions, and I think that's what Gupta was speaking about when he said it's ours to take, it's India's to negotiate and navigate within themselves. Nobody else should tell us.
Right. Thank you so much, Alison. And Pak Marcel, would you like to address the question?
Okay. Siapa?
Prof. Tom.
Prof. Tommy, thank you for your questions. I will try to answer. Yeah. So first of all, we need to build the infrastructure and also the legal basis simultaneously at one time. So we cannot just find only just to build the legal basis and not with the infrastructure. So we need to also build the infrastructure, digital infrastructure, at the same time. That's first. Yes. And the second is, especially on digital, yeah, we need to really separate between all of those rights within the rights in the digital, because LMKN is only on performing rights. Because we are talking about, if we are talking about mechanical rights or synchronizations right, or maybe making available rights, we have to do it like more private, in the private sector. So we're doing it like in a, maybe in a contracts. Yeah. So we need to like party to party private confidentiality contract. That's why. Yeah. Again, for me, to be in LMKN is actually, trying to gain the trust back from the stakeholders to us. Like I've mentioned just now, the trust is important. They need to trust the system first, then we can collaborate. Yeah. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you so much, Pak Marcel and Alison, for your response. Second question, Prof. Awin. Please make it short and concise.
My question is going to Pak Marcel. Yeah. Technical question regarding the royalty going to performers, is, including piano players, guitar players.
Yes.
Please explain us, especially do they receive royalty from streaming platform Spotify or other what occasion like what live performance, etc., or what karaoke, etc.
Karaoke, okay.
Yeah.
So the thing, the thing is this, Prof. The copyright owners, they have only the royalties coming from the shows, yeah, from live performances. It's only for the copyright owners. But for like me, like producers, phonogram producers, or for performers, they only get the royalty from the usage of the master phonogram. So when the master phonogram or the song itself in the master is been used in like maybe in a exhibition or maybe as a background music, then everyone in that song could have the royalty. Because one song, they have IDs like nick. So the IDs for producers, the IDs for performers, and also the IDs for copyright owners. Maybe you've seen the code name ISRC, ESRC, or ISWC, or IPN. Yeah. So ISRC is actually the code has been given to record phonogram producers. Yeah, given by APHKI. So International Standard Recording Code is for master phonogram. And then International Standard for Musical Works Code, it's for the copyright, ISWC. It's been given by CSAC, the central LMK in the world. And then second is IPN, International Performance Number. It's been given by SCAPR. It's the central for the performers. Yeah, so we need to differentiate really carefully. When it's a live performance, then it's been given, the royalty has been given to the copyright owners. Yeah, pencipta. Yes. And then if the master phonogram itself, like misalnya my song Takkan Ganti has been using in this area, commercial area, then everyone in the recording is getting royalty. That's the difference. Spotify also, Pak. Yeah, I've got the report. Alhamdulillah, not much, but I have. Because it's only 25% of all the all the presentation. Presentation. It's 100%, 50% for the copyright owners, 25% for the producers, and 25% for me, the performance. And it's for analog. For digital, it's different. So 100 divided by 2 is 50 and 50. 50 for the platforms. The other 50, we took 12% to the copyright owners. 3% is for the PPR, for the public performing rights. 9% is for the mechanical rights. So it's left with 38, right? 38% out of the 50, it's going to the producer. Performer, we have 10 to 15 by contract with them, with the producers. We cannot take royalty like directly from the digital streaming platform. Yeah, we are struggling to that now.
Thank you, Pak Marcel, for your response. Thank you.
Yeah.
Last question.
Yeah, thank you. Two short questions. The first one is for the usage of songs that's already public domain. The usage of song that are public. Is the royalty you still collected since you use the LMKN? I mean,
okay.
You use the blanket license for collecting royalties. And then the second one, Indonesia is very large. How LMKN controls the usage of songs they use, and because it's how if you can control, that's much money can distributed to the song writers. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Bu, let me explain. Thank you, Bu, for the questions. The first question is about public domains songs. It will surely goes to the unclaimed royalties. Yeah, so it will be. We have a plan to. It's going to be put it in the endowment fund, Dana Abadi. We also put it next for the operational expenses of LMKN and also for the LMK, so they can build a system, they can manage the system, they can what do you call it? Maintain the system, yeah. And for the second questions is how is LMKN controlling and monitoring? Yeah, we have a few methods, and also it's coming from the comparative study from the other country. So we implementing like those methods, like we're using sampling and we're using survey, yeah, for distribution, and also we're doing this. The name is proxy. So coming from the market shares of some labels, or sampling from the radio stations, like in Malaysia. Malaysia is still using the radio sampling for monitoring the collection and also the distribution. Yeah. Again, pardon, Abu. Sorry. Oh, okay. Oh. But we managed to publish everything. So if there's anyone who wants to claim, just claim it to us. But it's public domain. It's actually the yeah. Yeah. Yes. I'll keep that in mind. Because what we have done lately is just we put it in an unclaimed portion. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. My pleasure. Thank you.
Ria. I hope it doesn't feel like ujian skripsi with her. Okay, thank you so much, distinguished participants, for your active participation in this seminar. Now, I'd like to give the time back to the MC.
Baik, terima kasih Dr. Alonisi Andrini. Boleh kita berikan tepuk tangan Bapak Ibu semuanya. Give a big round of applause. And may we invite from APHKI, Dr. Yohanur Sari Simanjuntak, please come forward to the stage. And also from Faculty of Law, Ibu Dina, PhD, please come over to the stage and to deliver a token of appreciations to our speaker in the second panel discussion. So to all of the speaker and moderator, please stand up for a moment and we will have a token of appreciations to all of you.
So may we invite Dr. Yohanur Sari Simanjuntak to present the scarves to our distinguished speakers as a token of appreciation for their valuable contribution to this event.
Thank you so much to Mas Marcel and also to Pak Dandi. Thank you so much for the insightful discussion with all participants here. And also we'd like to invite also Ibu Dina to represent a token of appreciation as a representative from Faculty of Law Universitas Gadjah Mada to our distinguished speaker. Thank you so much. And after all of the token of appreciation distribution, please stand up for a moment and we'll have a photo session with all of the speakers and also moderator. Okay, well, thank you very much. Once again, give a big round of applause to our second speaker. Thank you so much also to our moderator. Yeah, you may come back to your seats. Thank you so much. And we will have some information to all of you all participants.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the discussion today. It is now time for our lunch break. Lunch will be served at the lobby of this ballroom, and we invite you to enjoy your meal and to network with fellow participants.
Yes, of course, but yes, and please kindly be back to your breakout rooms, yeah, at 1:45 p.m. as we will resume the promptly with our panel session. And for those who are attending the panel session, please refer to the information regarding the venue and group arrangement that have been shared. And we will have also and to inform you about the National Assembly of APHKI or Musyawarah Nasional APHKI that will be held at 4 p.m. in this auditorium. Once again, we will have the National Assembly of APHKI or Munas APHKI yang akan berlangsung di tempat ini di auditorium pada pukul 4 sore nanti. Dan untuk jadwal, ini kita sudah tayangkan di layar monitor. Silahkan Bapak Ibu, teman-teman peserta, ini dapat menyaksikan di layar monitor. Silahkan bisa dicermati topik dan juga ruangannya. Apabila Bapak Ibu mungkin ingin mencari informasi terkait dengan ruangan, silahkan untuk bisa menghubungi rekan-rekan panitia yang akan memandu Bapak Ibu semuanya menuju ke ruangan tertentu. Begitu ya.
Terima kasih atas kehadiran Bapak Ibu semuanya. Thank you for your attention to today's meeting. We look forward for your cooperation in National Assembly of APHKI and see you on the next beautiful occasion.
Yes, thank you very much for your participation and see you on the next beautiful occasion. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.